Across deserts, grasslands, and hidden jungles stand immense stones that challenge everything we think we know about the past. Each one carved, lifted, and placed with impossible precision by people whose names and motives have vanished from history. These monoliths rise like messages from an earlier world, markers of intelligence, purpose, and mystery carved into the earth itself. Some align perfectly with the path of the sun or the movement of the stars. Others bear symbols no one alive can read. They appear on every continent, built by cultures that supposedly never met, yet their forms and functions seem bound by a shared ancient understanding. Were these monuments temples, calendars, or memorials to forgotten gods? Or are they remnants of something far older, evidence of knowledge lost in catastrophe? Tonight, we travel from Africa to Asia, from Europe to the Americas, to uncover the secrets of the world's most unexplained ancient monoliths, and to ask whether their builders were truly alone when they raised these timeless stones. Under the relentless Ethiopian sun, the earth rises into gentle plateaus marked by stone and time. In one such place, near the town of Sodo in the south, the ground is pierced by hundreds of ancient stelae, towering, elongated monoliths that seem to have grown from the soil itself. They lean at strange angles, some cracked and fallen, others still standing upright after countless centuries. Each stone is carved differently, some with patterns resembling human faces, others with geometric symbols whose meaning no one has yet understood. Together they form long, deliberate rows stretching across the landscape, aligned towards something no one can see anymore. No inscriptions mark the site, no written history records its builders, and no living tradition remembers why it was made. Archaeologists call it Sakaro Sodo, a name that sounds almost musical in the dry air of southern Ethiopia. To the people who live nearby, these stones have always existed, older than memory, older even than the stories passed down from their grandparents' grandparents. To walk among them is to feel as if you are moving through a message written in a language that predates language itself. The stelae of Sakaro Sodo were first recorded by researchers in the early decades of the 20th century, when a small team of explorers traveling through Ethiopia's Rift Valley stumbled upon the site by chance. At first, they assumed the stones marked an ancient cemetery, yet when excavations began, something unexpected emerged. Beneath most of the stelae lay no burials, no offerings, no traces of the human activity that usually accompanies such monuments. Instead, the stones seemed to have been placed for reasons still unclear, as if the act of erecting them was the purpose itself. In time, scholars realized that Sakaro Sodo was only one of several similar sites scattered across southern Ethiopia. To the north lay Tiya, another field of stelae etched with swords and symbols. To the west and east, more clusters appeared, forming what now seems to be an entire landscape of megalithic fields stretching across hundreds of kilometers. The oldest of these are thought to date back several millennia, perhaps as far as 4000 BC, while others were added later by unknown hands. Yet even the most careful excavations fail to reveal who these builders were. No pottery connects them to any known culture. No written record explains their faith, their rituals, or their technology. When one stands among the Sakaro stones, the sense of purpose is unmistakable. Their arrangement is not random. Lines extend across the field like invisible roads, converging toward points that seem intentional. The largest stones stand toward the center, flanked by smaller ones arranged in near-symmetrical order. Many researchers have noted that this pattern mirrors celestial alignments, some pointing toward the rising sun during the equinox, others toward the position of particular stars. If true, it would mean the site served as a kind of ancient observatory, a place where time itself was measured by the movement of the heavens. But that interpretation, like many others, remains speculative. Some stones carry carvings resembling the outline of a human torso, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and faint indications of arms folded across the chest. Others bear only smooth faces, polished by centuries of wind and rain. The differences between them suggest they may represent generations of work, each new stone raised by descendants who no longer remembered the full meaning of their ancestors' designs, yet felt compelled to continue the tradition. It is this quiet compulsion that makes the Sakaro Sodo site feel alive. Even now, local farmers working nearby treat the stones with reverence. They plow around them rather than move them, believing the monoliths hold power, sometimes protective, sometimes dangerous. When the wind moves through the grasses, the stones emit low, resonant tones, faint hums of air caught between their narrow faces. To the unprepared ear, it can sound almost like distant singing. During the dry season, the stones cast long shadows across the ochre earth, creating a shifting geometry that changes with each hour of sunlight. Some researchers have suggested that this interplay of light and stone was part of the original design, that the stelae were meant to mark not just space, but time itself. By tracking the movement of shadows across their faces, ancient observers could have measured seasons or predicted solstices. If this was their purpose, the builders must have possessed remarkable understanding of astronomy long before written calendars or scientific instruments existed in this region. Yet no tools have been found to support this theory. The stones are granite and basalt, hard materials requiring immense effort to shape. Without metal chisels, cutting such rock would have been nearly impossible. The surfaces, however, show precision and control, edges sharp, faces smooth, as though worked by methods more advanced than stone hammers alone. This technological puzzle mirrors others found around the world. Monoliths in Peru, Japan, and the Mediterranean shaped with similar mastery, despite being separated by vast distances and thousands of years. Some researchers see these parallels as coincidence. Others suggest they point to a lost period of shared knowledge, a prehistoric age when people across continents possessed a deeper understanding of engineering and astronomy than we credit them for today. The stelae of Sakaro Sodo fit perfectly into this pattern, advanced, isolated, and unexplained. One of the most intriguing aspects of the site is its energy at dusk. As the sun lowers over the hills, the air cools quickly, and the light becomes a deep gold. The stones seem to absorb it, glowing softly against the darkening sky. Locals often avoid the area at night, claiming strange lights appear among the stelae, small orbs that move soundlessly between the stones before vanishing into the earth. Scientists who have visited dismiss these reports as tricks of atmosphere and reflection, yet travelers continue to speak of the same thing, glowing forms hovering just above the ground, moving too deliberately to be dismissed as mere chance. Legends around Sakaro Sodo have evolved over centuries. Some tell of a giant who once walked the land, dragging stones from distant mountains and placing them in lines as he traveled. Others claim that the stones mark the resting places of ancient heroes turned to rock after death. A few even speak of visitors from the sky, beings who descended during a time of darkness and taught early people how to work stone and read the stars. These myths, however imaginative, share a common thread: the idea that Sakaro Sodo is not of ordinary human origin, that its purpose was connected to something greater than the lives of those who built it. When archaeologists returned to the site during the mid-20th century, they brought with them modern tools and a renewed curiosity. Excavations revealed pottery fragments and stone tools nearby, dating roughly to the 1st millennium AD. Yet these findings only deepened the mystery. The artifacts belonged to ordinary communities, simple agricultural settlements with no sign of monumental architecture. How could such modest societies create structures of this scale and precision? The evidence suggested two possibilities. Either these people inherited the site from an earlier, more capable culture, or their ancestors had developed techniques now lost to time. Carbon dating and stratigraphic analysis hint that the oldest stones at Sakaro Sodo may predate the rise of the Aksumite kingdom, meaning they could be several thousand years older than most Ethiopian historical records. If true, the stelae represent a civilization completely unknown to archaeology, one that vanished without leaving written language, pottery styles, or artifacts linking it to later peoples. Only the stones remain, positioned with quiet authority across the field. One particularly striking monolith near the center of the site stands nearly 6 meters high. Its surface bears faint markings resembling a cross within a circle, a symbol that predates Christianity, yet mirrors its later iconography. This suggests either coincidence or continuity. that ancient symbols once shared across Africa and the Near East eventually evolved into forms we recognize today. The stone's edges are remarkably smooth, suggesting they were polished with tools far beyond what early societies supposedly possessed. Some researchers have proposed that the builders used sand abrasion techniques, repeatedly grinding surfaces with finer and finer material. But even this would require enormous patience and labor, stretching over months or years. Satellite imagery has revealed something even more intriguing. When viewed from above, the arrangement of Sakaro Sodo Stelae forms subtle geometric patterns, triangles, arcs, and alignments that appear too consistent to be accidental. Some align perfectly with nearby hills, rivers, and even distant mountain peaks, suggesting a connection between the stones and the broader landscape. To ancient builders, such alignment might have carried spiritual or practical meaning. Perhaps the stones were part of a vast territorial map, marking boundaries or sacred routes. Or perhaps they represented a cosmological diagram, a mirror of the sky etched into the earth. Ethiopia's long tradition of megalithic sites supports this possibility. Across the region, stelae often mark not just graves but cosmological centers, points where earth and sky were believed to meet. The builders might have viewed each stone as a conduit, connecting human life to celestial order. Yet what makes Sakaro Sodo distinct is its scale. While other Ethiopian stelae fields contain dozens or even a few hundred stones, Sakaro Sodo boasts over 1,000, covering a vast area. The sheer magnitude of effort required implies a powerful organizing force, either a unified culture or a system of shared belief spanning generations. Despite decades of study, researchers still disagree about the site's age. Some argue it dates to between 2000 and 500 BC, placing it among Africa's earliest monumental traditions. Others believe the stones were raised much later, during the first millennium AD, possibly by groups influenced by both indigenous practices and foreign contact. The lack of inscriptions leaves both options open. What remains clear is that the site predates most known kingdoms of the region, suggesting that Ethiopia's history of complex societies stretches far deeper than once believed. In recent years, modern technology has given scholars new tools to study Sakaro Sodo. Ground-penetrating radar and 3D scanning have revealed buried foundations, hidden alignments, and even traces of structures now collapsed or buried under centuries of soil. Some of these subterranean features form perfect geometric grids, while others curve gently in patterns reminiscent of ancient astronomical diagrams. These findings lend weight to the idea that the site may once have functioned as a ceremonial observatory or calendar system. Yet just when one explanation seems within reach, another mystery appears. Beneath certain stones, excavators found layers of magnetic material, traces of iron oxide that seem too deliberate to be natural. When tested, these deposits produce faint electromagnetic anomalies. Whether this is coincidence or intentional design remains unknown, but the pattern recurs across multiple stones. Some researchers now wonder if the builders understood something about magnetic alignment, using it to orient their monuments precisely north-south. If so, they would have mastered a level of geophysical awareness centuries before compasses or recorded science. The setting of Sakaro Sodo itself adds to its enigmatic nature. The site sits atop a plateau overlooking a fertile valley that once supported extensive agriculture. Streams flow nearby, and the soil retains unusual mineral richness. Geological surveys indicate that the area was once an important trade corridor, linking northern Ethiopia to regions further south toward Kenya and Tanzania. Perhaps the stelae marked a crossroads of commerce, a place where travelers gathered to honor shared ancestors or gods. Yet, if that were true, we might expect to find inscriptions, artifacts, or signs of habitation. None have been discovered. The site remains eerily empty, an open-air monument without accompanying settlement. Some archaeologists believe the absence of domestic remains points to a ritual or funerary purpose. Yet even this theory has limitations. The few burials uncovered nearby are simple and lack grave goods, suggesting that if the site was used for rituals, they were symbolic rather than funerary. Others propose a more abstract interpretation, that Sakaro Sodo was never meant to serve human needs directly. Instead, it may have been constructed as a form of communication, an offering or message intended for the gods, the ancestors, or perhaps for entities beyond human comprehension. This last possibility has gained quiet traction among alternative historians, who see the Sakaro Sodo Stelae as part of a broader pattern connecting megalithic sites worldwide. From the stone spheres of Costa Rica to the dolmens of Korea, the same questions persist. Why would early peoples dedicate such immense labor to create monuments with no apparent practical function? The answer may lie not in utility but in expression. Perhaps these stones were a language of alignment, geometry, and form, speaking to something universal in human consciousness. When dusk falls over Sakaro Sodo, the light turns red and the stones cast elongated silhouettes across the ground. The temperature drops sharply and the plateau becomes still except for the faint rustle of dry grass. It is in these moments that the site feels least like an archaeological puzzle and most like an experience, a living connection to something immeasurably old. Visitors often describe a sensation of being watched, not by people, but by the stones themselves. Their presence is commanding yet calm, neither threatening nor welcoming, simply aware. In local tradition, the stones are sometimes said to hum during certain nights of the year, particularly around the solstices. Though scientific equipment has recorded nothing unusual, locals remain convinced that the monoliths produce a low vibration audible only to those standing within the central rows. Whether psychological, acoustic, or something else entirely, this phenomenon has become part of the site's mystique, a reminder that mystery does not always require proof to feel real. During fieldwork conducted in recent decades, researchers from Addis Ababa University have painstakingly catalogued each stone, numbering and photographing every carving. The resulting database, though impressive, has yet to reveal a definitive pattern. The symbols carved onto the stelae vary widely: spirals, crescents, crosses, parallel lines, and even figures resembling tools or weapons. Some show clear repetition, suggesting a shared vocabulary or symbolic system. Others stand alone, unique and indecipherable. If these markings represent a form of proto-writing, it may predate any known Ethiopian script, offering a glimpse into a forgotten stage of human communication. The cultural continuity between Sakaro Sodo and later Ethiopian civilizations is uncertain. However, some motifs on the stones, particularly the sword-like engravings, reappear in later highland art and funerary monuments. This hints at an enduring spiritual thread linking prehistoric builders to the region's later Christian and Islamic cultures, even if the original meanings were long forgotten. The people who raised these stones may have vanished, but their influence quietly shaped the landscape of belief that followed. In a broader sense, Sakaro Sodo serves as a reminder that the human drive to build monuments transcends necessity. Across millennia, people have turned to stone to express ideas too vast for words: life, death, time, the cosmos, and connection. Each monolith is both an artifact and an aspiration, a bridge between worlds known and unknown. Perhaps that is why sites like Sakaro Sodo continue to captivate modern audiences. They speak to a part of us that still longs to understand where we come from and what forces shaped the earliest chapters of civilization. As the last light fades over the plateau, the stones blend into the dark horizon, their edges dissolving into night. For a moment, the field seems almost weightless, as if floating between earth and sky. It's easy to imagine that these monoliths are not merely relics, but instruments, markers of connection reaching towards something vast and unseen. Whether they served to track the stars, honor the dead, or communicate with beings beyond our comprehension, the truth remains buried within their stone surfaces, waiting for someone, someday, to decipher their language. Until that moment arrives, Sakaro Sodo will remain one of humanity's quiet enigmas, an open question carved in granite, untouched by time's explanations. Its rows of stones continue to stand, steadfast and unresolved, whispering through the ages that the line between the human and the divine, the earthly and the celestial, may be far thinner than we think. What began as a field of rocks has become a monument to curiosity itself, drawing explorers, scholars, and dreamers from around the world, all searching for an answer written not on paper, but in stone. Some leave convinced that Sakaro Sodo marks an ancient civilization lost to history. Others depart believing it represents something even older, a shared memory from humanity's forgotten dawn. Whatever conclusion one reaches, the feeling remains the same, a deep sense that the stones are trying to tell us something we once understood and have since forgotten. The Ethiopian highlands fall quiet again after each visitor departs. The wind returns, the stones wait, their purpose, their builders, their message, still unknown. Yet the mystery continues to draw us forward, as if each unanswered question is an invitation to look closer, to listen longer, and to wonder what other monuments lie hidden just beyond the horizon, waiting to be found. At sunrise, the stones of Nilurallu glow with a strange vitality. Their dark granite faces catch the first rays of light and throw long, sharp lines across the red earth of Andhra Pradesh. Farmers walking to the nearby fields pause, watching how the light slides neatly between the massive uprights, as if the landscape itself is calculating something invisible. For thousands of years, these megaliths have greeted the dawn the same way, motionless, aligned, waiting. No inscriptions explain who placed them here. No records mention their construction, yet their pattern is far too deliberate to be chance. Dozens of these stones, some rising over 16 feet, stand in ordered rows across several acres of land near the small town of Mudumala. Together they form one of India's most enigmatic prehistoric sites, known simply as Nilurallu, the Standing Stones. The name fits. Each stone stands with a quiet defiance against time, their surfaces scarred by centuries of weather, their shapes rough yet oddly refined. Viewed from above, the layout reveals a geometric precision that seems almost mathematical, lines intersecting at predictable angles, divisions that match the positions of sunrise and sunset during the equinox and solstice. When the sun reaches the horizon during these events, its rays pass cleanly between specific rows, marking the changing seasons with unerring accuracy. To observers today, this alignment suggests deliberate design, a prehistoric calendar carved not into clay or papyrus, but into the landscape itself. Yet the identity of the builders remains lost. Archaeologists can only estimate the site's age based on comparisons to other South Indian megalithic structures. Some propose a date as early as 2000 BC, others place it closer to 1000 BC. Either way, the builders predate written records in this part of the subcontinent. Their culture left behind no texts, no royal names, no mythic chronicles, only stone. What draws attention immediately is scale. Each megalith is immense, up to 16 feet high and weighing several tons. Unlike the slender monoliths of Europe, Nilurallu's stones are thick and broad, giving them a commanding presence even from a distance. They stand in roughly parallel rows stretching from east to west, with secondary alignments running north to south. To walk among them is to enter a grid, a structure of perspective that changes with every step. When the sun is low, the light turns the spaces between the stones into corridors of gold. By noon, shadows shorten, and the geometry dissolves into pure brightness. Toward sunset, the entire field becomes a sundial larger than any built in recorded history. Local villagers have long regarded the site as sacred. For generations, they've left offerings at the base of certain stones, flowers, rice, or bits of cloth, gestures of respect toward ancestors or unknown deities. Some believe the stones mark the resting places of ancient heroes. Others see them as remnants of a vanished civilization, one powerful enough to lift and arrange massive rocks with precision modern machinery would struggle to replicate. Yet, despite occasional rituals and festivals, few claim to know the site's true origin. It is simply accepted as part of the land, older than the oldest temple. When researchers first began documenting Nilurallu in the early 20th century, they noted its uncanny alignment with solar events. Measurements taken during the equinox revealed that the sun's rays passed directly through the central corridors formed by the stones, illuminating specific markers with exact precision. This suggested that whoever built the site possessed not only architectural skill, but also astronomical knowledge of remarkable sophistication. They must have observed the sun's path through years of careful tracking, translating celestial movements into terrestrial form. Some archaeologists have drawn parallels to Stonehenge, though the two sites differ greatly in appearance and context. Stonehenge's circular arrangement contrasts sharply with Nilurallu's grid-like order, yet both share an obsession with the heavens, a desire to measure, to align, to immortalize the relationship between earth and sky. The Indian subcontinent hosts many megalithic sites, but few approach Nilurallu's precision. It stands as an outlier, a structure that seems more scientific than ceremonial, as if it served a function beyond worship. Excavations have uncovered little beyond fragments of pottery, charcoal, and animal bones, traces of temporary habitation, not permanent settlement. This absence of domestic remains deepens the mystery. Why would ancient people haul dozens of multi-ton stones into this field if they did not live nearby? The effort would have required hundreds of workers and complex coordination, yet no evidence of supporting infrastructure, no quarries, no workshops, no villages, has been found in the immediate area. The nearest quarry lies several kilometers away. Transporting such massive stones over uneven terrain would have demanded ingenuity and determination. Without metal tools or wheeled vehicles, the builders might have used wooden rollers, sledges, or even ropes woven from plant fibers. But even then, aligning each stone with solar precision would have required advanced surveying techniques. The conclusion is inescapable. Whoever built Nilurallu understood engineering, astronomy, and geometry on a level far beyond what conventional history attributes to prehistoric South India. Some researchers argue that the site could have served as a social or ceremonial center, a place where communities gathered to mark important seasonal events, transitions such as planting or harvest. The equinox and solstice would have been critical markers for agricultural societies dependent on predictable weather. The stones, in this sense, might represent a vast agricultural calendar, enabling farmers to anticipate rains or prepare for dry seasons. Others suggest a spiritual dimension, that aligning with the sun carried symbolic meaning, connecting human life to cosmic cycles. In many ancient cultures, solar worship intertwined with ideas of rebirth, time, and divine order. Yet Nilurallu feels distinct even from that pattern. Its grid is too rigid, too technical. The stones do not form a temple or shrine, they form a map. Perhaps it was both, a functional observatory wrapped in spiritual meaning. In ancient times, science and spirituality were rarely separate. The act of measuring the heavens was itself a sacred ritual, a dialogue between humans and the cosmos. When the midday sun blazes overhead, the stones cast short, crisp shadows across the dusty ground. The temperature rises sharply, the air shimmering with heat. During these hours, the site feels almost deserted, a fossilized monument from a time when humans worked in rhythm with the sun rather than shielding themselves from it. Then, as evening approaches, the stones come alive again. Long shadows stretch across the field, intersecting like lines on a compass. The last light pools between them before fading, marking the day's passage with quiet precision. Recent studies using satellite imaging and drone mapping have added new layers to our understanding. Researchers found that the main alignment of Nilurallu points almost exactly toward true north, deviating by less than 1 degree. This precision suggests the builders could measure the cardinal directions with remarkable accuracy, possibly by observing star positions at night. Moreover, several alignments correspond not only to solar events, but also to the positions of certain bright stars, such as Sirius and Aldebaran, during ancient epochs. If intentional, this means the site served as both solar and stellar observatory, a dual system for tracking time across seasons and generations. Intriguingly, when computer models reconstruct the sky as it appeared several thousand years ago, they reveal that Nilurallu's layout matches the rising and setting points of these stars around 2000 BC, offering tentative support for an earlier date. Yet, even with these findings, the builder's identity remains a void. Southern India during that period was home to various Neolithic and early Iron Age cultures. They built dolmens, cairns, and stone circles, but none with the same scale or complexity as Nilurallu. No inscriptions, sculptures, or artifacts link it to any known dynasty or kingdom. It exists outside the timeline, a project without a signature. Local legends attempt to fill that gap. Some say the stones were giants turned to rock for defying the gods. Others tell of a king who sought to reach the heavens, commanding his men to build pillars to climb into the sky, only to be struck down before completion. Another story claims the stones were once part of an enormous musical instrument played by divine beings. These myths, though fantastical, share one idea: the stones were not ordinary human work. Visitors to Nilurallu often describe a distinct atmosphere, neither oppressive nor comforting, but charged, as though the air itself carries memory. During the monsoon, water pools around the bases of the stones, reflecting their shapes perfectly. The site becomes a mirror of itself, sky and earth reversed, creating an illusion of infinite pillars stretching downward into unseen depths. Standing among them, one senses deliberate proportion. Each stone's spacing relative to the next is consistent, averaging about 5 meters apart. The rows converge subtly toward the east, forming a focal corridor that perfectly frames the sunrise during equinox. It is hard not to feel that whoever designed this field had a profound relationship with light itself. They were not merely building monuments, they were structuring experience, creating a theater of the sun. Some modern researchers have speculated that Nilurallu's builders might have belonged to a Pan-Asian megalithic culture that once stretched across the Indian subcontinent, connected through shared knowledge of astronomy and ritual. Evidence of similar alignments has been found in Meghalaya, Karnataka, and Sri Lanka, though none on such a grand scale. Perhaps Nilurallu was their central hub, a kind of sacred coordinate binding regions together through the language of stone. Others propose a more unconventional theory, that the site records celestial events beyond mere seasons. Certain alignments may correspond to rare astronomical phenomena, lunar standstills, eclipses, or even planetary conjunctions. These occur over long cycles, suggesting the builders observed the sky over centuries, passing knowledge from one generation to the next. If true, Nilurallu was not a single project but a living observatory, expanded and refined as time unfolded. During archaeological surveys, researchers discovered a few smaller stones around the perimeter, partially buried. When mapped, they form an outer ring encompassing the main grid. Some suspect this outer boundary once served a specific function, perhaps to mark lunar extremes or limit ritual access. Others see it as symbolic containment, defining sacred space within the wider landscape. To imagine the construction process is to glimpse extraordinary cooperation. Hundreds of people would have been needed to drag each stone from distant quarries, carve it to shape, and raise it upright. The builders likely used earthen ramps, ropes, and leverage to tilt the stones into position before packing soil at their bases. Over time, erosion removed these supports, leaving the monoliths freestanding. The sheer labor involved implies centralized leadership, perhaps a priestly class or council of astronomers overseeing the project. Yet their culture left no monuments to themselves, no temples, no palaces, only this field of granite columns pointing toward the heavens. Some of the stones are marked by shallow, cup-like depressions near their tops, resembling sockets or carved hollows. Their purpose is uncertain. They could have held wooden beams, metal fittings, or decorative elements long vanished. Alternatively, they might have served astronomical functions, helping observers sight the sun or stars through specific apertures. These small details hint that Nilurallu was once more than an open field. It was a complex installation, possibly incorporating perishable materials now lost. A handful of early colonial-era travelers mentioned the site briefly in their journals, describing it as a forest of stones unlike any other. Yet systematic study did not begin until the later 20th century, when local archaeologists recognized its scientific potential. Subsequent measurements confirmed the solstitial alignments beyond doubt, elevating Nilurallu from local curiosity to national treasure. Despite this, it remains relatively unknown outside India, overshadowed by more famous megalithic wonders like Stonehenge or Karnak. Perhaps part of the reason lies in its modest presentation. The stones stand unguarded on open farmland, surrounded by simple fences. Cattle graze between them, birds perch on their peaks, and children sometimes play hide and seek among the rows. Unlike the manicured monuments of the modern world, Nilurallu remains raw, connected to the rhythms of rural life. That continuity, ancient and present sharing the same ground, adds an intimacy no museum could replicate. Night transforms the site entirely. When the moon rises, its light slides across the stones like slow-moving silver. The temperature drops, insects hum softly, and the air feels alive with quiet motion. During clear nights, the stars above mirror the layout below, as though the earth were reflecting the sky. Standing within the grid, one could believe the stones were placed to map constellations, giant markers encoding the heavens in granite. Perhaps that was their purpose all along, to bridge the distance between human hands and cosmic order. Indian astronomers in later centuries developed sophisticated systems for tracking celestial cycles. It's tempting to imagine that such knowledge has roots reaching back to places like Nilurallu, a prehistoric observatory where observation became ritual and ritual became science. The stones, aligned to the solar path, would have allowed early observers to predict monsoons, time harvests, and perhaps even coordinate festivals tied to the cosmic year. If so, Nilurallu may represent the dawn of Indian astronomy, a tangible origin of the country's later mathematical brilliance. Yet, unlike later observatories, Nilurallu's builders vanished without trace. No intermediate steps link them to the astronomers of later eras. It's as though an entire chapter of knowledge was written, read, and then erased, leaving only the punctuation marks of stone. In recent years, conservationists have warned that the site faces growing threats from erosion, farming, and urban expansion. Despite official recognition, protection remains limited. Some stones have tilted or collapsed after heavy rains. Others risk damage from construction nearby. Local communities, however, continue to view the site with respect, often taking part in small rituals aimed at preserving its sanctity. For them, the stones are alive, ancestors watching over the land. The intersection of ancient and modern life at Nilurallu creates a poignant harmony. Tractors pass by fields where oxen once ploughed, and above them, the same sun rises between the same stones as it did thousands of years ago. The alignment still works perfectly. Even after millennia of geological shift, the design remains true, a testament to its builder's precision. As scholars debate its origins, one fact remains undeniable. Nilurallu was conceived with intention. Every stone serves a purpose. Every angle corresponds to something greater than itself. Whether that purpose was celestial, agricultural, or symbolic hardly matters now. What matters is that it continues to function, continuing to measure time with quiet accuracy long after its makers disappeared. When dawn returns, the first light slides once again through the eastern corridor, striking the westernmost stone with a perfect glow. For a moment, the entire field is illuminated, every monolith outlined in gold. It lasts only a few seconds before fading, but those few seconds connect the present to an ancient rhythm that has never stopped. Nilurallu remains, not as a relic of superstition, but as proof of attention, a reminder that early humanity watched the sky with wonder sharp enough to shape mountains. Its mystery lies not only in what it was, but in how completely it still works. As the morning brightens, the stones fall quiet again, blending into the ordinary world of farms and birds and passing time. Yet, for those who have seen the sun align perfectly between their ranks, the question lingers. Who first taught these forgotten builders to read the sky with such precision? No text answers, no tablet tells their story. Only the stones speak, through geometry and light, carrying forward a message older than history itself. In the humid forests of southeastern Nigeria, near the edges of the Cross River, hundreds of carved stones stand half buried in the red earth. The air here is thick with the scent of rain-soaked leaves and distant wood smoke, the constant hum of insects filling the space between the trees. To an untrained eye, these basalt pillars might appear random, stone cylinders scattered through the undergrowth, weathered by centuries of sun and rain. But when you look closer, the faces emerge. Eyes, noses, mouths, some human, others abstract. Each carved stone, some barely 3 feet tall, others towering above a person's shoulder, bears a personality all its own. They are called the Ikom Monoliths, named for the town at the center of this region, and they are among Africa's most mysterious archaeological treasures. The first thing that strikes anyone who visits is how alive the carvings feel. Time has softened their features, yet each one retains a clear identity. Some grin broadly, others frown or stare with unnerving intensity. Many are adorned with geometric designs, concentric circles, zigzag lines, cross-hatched bands, spirals, that seem deliberate but indecipherable. Archaeologists estimate that more than 300 of these basalt monoliths are scattered across roughly 30 sites in the forested hills of Cross River State. Together, they hint at a lost symbolic language, one that once connected an ancient people to their gods, ancestors, and possibly to something far larger than themselves. No one knows who carved them or why. Oral histories among the local Ejegum people, the primary inhabitants of this region, speak of the stones as ancestral figures. Some are said to represent chiefs, warriors, or spirits of the forest. Others are thought to embody principles, justice, fertility, knowledge, abstract ideas rendered into stone. Yet when anthropologists began studying the monoliths during the mid-20th century, they quickly realized that the carvings predate current communities by many generations. Even the oldest elders admitted the stones were already ancient when their grandparents were young. The basalt used to make them is not local. It had to be quarried and transported from volcanic outcrops miles away. That alone suggests coordination, labor, and purpose. Each monolith was carved from a single piece of stone, smoothed with care, and then etched with designs using hard stone tools or possibly metal chisels. Many are arranged in circular or linear patterns, sometimes grouped by height or design. These arrangements seem far too deliberate to be random. Some align with streams or paths, others with the rising sun, hinting at a ritual or calendrical function. The surface carvings form a language that no one can read. Circular motifs often appear around the eyes or across the torso-like bodies of the stones, while bands of interlocking triangles or diamonds encircle their midsections. Some figures hold symbolic objects, staffs, blades, or bowls. A few bear animal features, horns, tails, or stylized markings that could represent power or lineage. One particularly striking monolith from the Alok site shows a figure with a deeply incised face framed by two symmetrical curves, almost like wings. Another displays twin faces back to back, watching in opposite directions, suggesting duality or balance. When early European explorers and colonial administrators encountered the Ikom monoliths in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, they viewed them through the lens of curiosity rather than respect. Many were removed, transported to museums, or damaged during expeditions. Only later did scholars begin to recognize their significance as part of a sophisticated cultural system that once thrived in this rainforest corridor. The earliest written record dates to around 1912, when a British officer described encountering stones shaped like men, carved with faces, standing upright in circles among the trees. He had no idea how old they were, and more than a century later, neither do we. Radiocarbon dating of soil layers near the monoliths has yielded inconclusive results, suggesting anything between 500 BC and 1000 AD. Local legends claim the stones appeared overnight, placed by ancestral spirits or people of the night who worked unseen. Some even say they moved on their own, shifting positions under the moonlight. These beliefs persist not as superstition, but as acknowledgement that the stones belong to a time beyond memory, a time before written words, when meaning was carved directly into the earth. Archaeologists studying the Ikom monoliths often draw comparisons to other mysterious megalithic traditions, the stone figures of Easter Island, the totems of North America, or the statues of ancient Europe. But the Ikom stones are distinct in one crucial way. They are intimate. They are not colossal monuments meant to dominate the landscape. They are human in scale, designed to meet the viewer at eye level. Standing before one feels like standing before an ancestor, confronted, acknowledged, included. They do not tower, they converse. This intimacy has led some researchers to propose that the monoliths served as ancestral shrines. The people who created them may have believed that spirits could inhabit stone, allowing communication between the living and the dead. In that sense, each carving was not just art, it was a vessel. The geometric markings could have functioned as identifiers, linking each stone to a specific lineage or family group. The placement of the monoliths in clusters suggests communal gathering spaces, possibly for ceremonies marking births, deaths, or transitions of leadership. Yet the more one studies the details, the more questions arise. Many of the patterns carved into the stones, concentric circles, radial lines, and intersecting grids, strongly resemble motifs found in ancient petroglyphs from other parts of the world. Similar designs appear in Neolithic Europe, North Africa, and even the Pacific Islands. Were these coincidences or fragments of a shared symbolic system that once spanned continents? Could the Ikom carvers have inherited visual ideas from travelers or traders passing along forgotten routes that linked early civilizations? The Cross River region sits near ancient trade corridors connecting West Africa's interior to the coast, paths once traveled by merchants, migrants, and storytellers. Knowledge could easily have moved along those lines, blending and transforming with each generation. When light shifts through the forest canopy, the carvings come alive. Lines that seemed faint in shadow suddenly sharpen into clarity, revealing layers of design invisible from other angles. Some archaeologists have suggested that the stones were meant to interact with light intentionally, that rituals may have taken place at specific times of day when sunlight illuminated particular symbols. If true, this implies an understanding of both environment and astronomy, weaving natural rhythm into spiritual practice. Excavations around several monolith clusters have revealed pottery shards, beads, and fragments of iron tools. These artifacts hint at an organized society with access to metalworking and trade. Yet the absence of large-scale architecture or permanent settlements suggests that the culture was decentralized, perhaps governed through kinship and ritual rather than kings or empires. The monoliths may have been their temples, their archives, their history books, each stone a chapter carved to last forever. In the local Ejegum language, the stones are sometimes called Akwanshi, meaning dead men. This name reinforces the belief that each monolith represents a spirit made visible. During field interviews conducted in the late 20th century, elders explained that certain families used to perform annual rites at the stones, offering food, drink, or animal sacrifices. These rituals were meant to honor ancestors and maintain balance between the living and unseen worlds. Over time, as Christianity spread through the region, many of these practices faded, but respect for the stones remained. Even today, farmers clearing new land avoid moving or breaking them, fearing misfortune. What fascinates researchers most is the consistency of style across dozens of sites. Despite being spread over vast distances, the monoliths share similar proportions and motifs. This uniformity suggests shared knowledge, a regional culture with standardized methods of carving and meaning. Some scholars propose that specialized artisans traveled between communities, creating monoliths on commission, much like sculptors or scribes. If true, this would imply social organization advanced enough to support professional craftsmen, a network of patrons, and shared religious or cultural codes. Recent digital mapping projects have used photogrammetry to create detailed 3D scans of the monoliths. These models reveal patterns invisible to the naked eye, tiny grooves and cross-hatchings suggesting repeated symbols across different stones. Certain recurring motifs appear with mathematical precision, hinting at a form of counting or record-keeping. Could these symbols encode genealogies, seasonal cycles, or territorial boundaries? If deciphered, they might offer a window into the intellectual life of an ancient African civilization that has yet to be recognized. One hypothesis gaining attention is that the carvings relate to a lost writing system. The Ejegum people are known for the Nsibidi script, a system of abstract signs used for communication, rituals, and record-keeping. Nsibidi appears in written form as early as the 18th century, but oral traditions claim it is much older. Some researchers suspect that the Ikom carvings could represent an ancestral form of Nsibidi, preserved in stone long before the script's later codification. If so, the monoliths may be the earliest surviving expressions of one of Africa's indigenous writing traditions, a discovery that would rewrite the history of literacy on the continent. Standing among the stones today, one senses that their creators understood permanence. They chose basalt for a reason. It resists erosion, holds detail for millennia, and carries an aura of strength. Even after centuries of weathering, many carvings remain crisp enough to trace with a fingertip. Lichen grows across their surfaces, softening their lines, but the essence remains, the dialogue between artistry and endurance. When heavy rain falls, the monoliths darken to a deep, lustrous black, and their features gleam as if freshly carved. During dry months, they turn dusty grey, blending almost perfectly with the surrounding soil. This natural transformation through seasons gives them a rhythm of their own, as though they breathe with the forest. Locals often say the stones sleep during the rains and wake in the dry season, when rituals were traditionally performed. For archaeologists, one of the enduring mysteries is the distribution pattern. Some clusters contain only a handful of stones, while others hold dozens. The largest site, Alok, includes more than 70 monoliths arranged in circles and rows. These layouts may correspond to social hierarchies, perhaps representing clans, age grades, or ancestral lineages. Yet no single pattern fits all. Each site appears to tell a different story, suggesting cultural variation within a shared framework. Despite decades of study, very few of the monoliths have been excavated in context. Many remain half-buried, their bases hidden in soil. This means much of their story is still underground, literally and figuratively. When one considers that only a fraction of the sites have been surveyed, the scale of what remains undiscovered becomes staggering. It is entirely possible that hundreds more lie buried or hidden deeper within the forests, waiting for the right moment to reappear. In 2008, UNESCO added the Alok Ikom Monoliths to its tentative list of World Heritage Sites, recognizing their global significance. The decision brought renewed attention and conservation efforts, though the challenges remain immense. Climate, vegetation, and human encroachment continue to threaten the stones. Yet, paradoxically, their isolation has also preserved them. Unlike monuments in more accessible regions, the Ikom monoliths were never absorbed into major empires or religions. They remain what they always were: enigmatic, untouched, and speaking through a language of symbols rather than words. Among the most evocative theories is that the monoliths mark a transition between worlds, a threshold between the human and the divine. Their faces, carved from unyielding stone, might represent intermediaries, watching over both realms. When light passes across their eyes at dusk, it's easy to believe that something watches back. Whether ancestors, gods, or something else entirely, the sense of presence is undeniable. For centuries, travelers have described strange experiences near the stones, dreams, sudden visions, feelings of being called or guided. Some researchers interpret these stories as psychological reactions to the power of sacred spaces. Others consider them cultural echoes, remnants of ancient rituals designed to induce trance or communication with spirits. The truth may lie somewhere between, a blend of memory, atmosphere, and belief that still lingers in the land. In the modern era, the Ikom monoliths continue to inspire artists, scholars, and spiritual seekers. Nigerian sculptors have drawn from their forms, blending ancient motifs with contemporary expression. Musicians and writers reference them as symbols of endurance and mystery. For local communities, they serve as tangible proof of heritage, evidence that their ancestors created works of complexity and beauty long before outside contact. The stones also challenge a broader misconception: that Africa's deep past was unwritten or unrecorded. The Ikom monoliths are, in their own way, a record, a visual archive carved into basalt, preserving ideas, beliefs, and systems of knowledge that predate modern history. They remind us that civilizations need not build pyramids or palaces to leave legacies. Sometimes, all it takes is a face in stone, watching patiently across centuries. When night falls over the Cross River forests, the air grows cool and damp. The sounds of crickets and distant drums carry through the trees. The monoliths disappear into darkness, their forms barely visible under the starlight. yet the feeling of their presence never fades. To stand among them is to sense continuity, not just with the past, but with the earth itself. They are not ruins, they are part of the landscape, as natural and inevitable as the hills that cradle them. Perhaps that is the greatest mystery of all. The Ikom Monoliths do not demand explanation. They simply exist, steadfast and unyielding, as if waiting for humanity to remember the meaning we once gave to stone. In their faces lies a coded wisdom, one that speaks of lineage, of ritual, of connection to something far beyond the limits of our recorded memory. Whether they mark ancestors, gods, or messages to the cosmos, they remind us that the ancient world was never silent. It spoke, just in a language we have yet to translate. The forest keeps its secrets, and the stones keep theirs. Yet each new dawn reveals the carvings again, illuminated by shafts of sunlight breaking through the leaves. The faces appear, one by one, as though waking from long sleep. The people who carved them may be gone, but their message still stands, carved in the same black basalt that has outlasted kingdoms and centuries. What it says, we may never know, but perhaps that mystery, the question left open, is what keeps them alive. High in the Armenian mountains, where the air thins and the snow lingers well into summer, strange stones rise from the ground like frozen sentinels. They are tall, narrow, and often polished smooth by wind and time. Etched upon their surfaces are long, winding shapes, creatures that seem to swim or coil along the face of the rock, their heads curved like serpents, their bodies tapering into the unknown. Locals call them Vishapakar, or dragon stones. For centuries, shepherds have found them standing alone on the upland pastures, near springs and mountain lakes, their purpose forgotten, yet their presence unmistakably deliberate. The first impression is not of age, but of placement. Each Vishap Stelae stands exactly where water rises or flows, near a stream, a spring, or the remnants of an ancient reservoir. Some lie toppled, half buried in grass and scree, while others still stand upright, their carvings crisp despite the harshness of mountain weather. They are often aligned toward valleys or peaks, as if marking points on a celestial map. No two are identical, yet all share a sense of reverence, as if their makers intended to mark boundaries between the human and the sacred. Armenia's landscape, with its volcanic ridges and high plains, is rich in megalithic traditions, but the Vishap stones are unique. They appear nowhere else in the world with such consistency or symbolism. Most are carved from basalt or tough, dense volcanic stone that can withstand millennia of frost. Some reach heights of 15 feet, tapering slightly at the top, resembling standing fish or stylized dragons. Along their length are engraved motifs, scales, fins, water patterns, and most distinctively, a large serpent or fish wrapping around the stone's body. Near the head, a circular mark often appears, sometimes interpreted as an eye, sometimes as the sun. Archaeologists have found more than 100 known Vishap Stelae across the Armenian highlands, with concentrations around Mount Aragats and Lake Sevan. Their placement is never random. Each one is positioned near water, often at the exact source of a stream or in the remains of a prehistoric irrigation complex. This recurring connection has led many to believe the stones served as guardians of water or symbols of fertility and renewal. The carvings, with their fluid, curling lines, seem to move when light strikes them, as though water itself were captured in stone. Yet, beyond these patterns, the meaning fades into mystery. No written records mention their creation. No oral tradition explains their builders. Radiocarbon dating of surrounding soil and artifacts suggests they may date as far back as the 2nd millennium BC, older than most known Armenian kingdoms, perhaps even older than the Bronze Age fortresses that dot the region. Whoever raised them lived in a time before written history, when myth and survival were inseparable. The serpentine carvings are the key to their enigma. In Armenian mythology, the word Vishap refers to a dragon or serpent-like being associated with water, mountains, and storms. The Vishap was both feared and revered, a guardian of rivers, a bringer of rain, and occasionally a devourer of livestock or even people. In later folklore, heroes called Vishapazuns, dragon slayers, emerged as figures of balance, restoring order by defeating these primordial beings. Yet the ancient stelae seem to depict not battle, but coexistence. The dragons carved into their faces are not monstrous. They are graceful, flowing, and integrated into the shape of the stone itself. Perhaps, in the beginning, the Vishap was not a creature of fear, but of reverence. When the first scholars began studying these monuments in the early 20th century, they noticed how the serpents often intertwine with stylized depictions of water. Some stones include carved fish, rams, or birds, symbols linked to fertility and sustenance. Others show scenes suggesting offerings or ritual processions. It's possible the stelae marked places of sacrifice or ceremony, where early mountain communities gathered to honor the forces that sustained them. Water in these regions was life, and to control or protect it was an act of divine importance. The craftsmanship is remarkable. Many stones display fine incisions that run perfectly parallel for several feet, implying careful planning and tools capable of precision. Some carvings have been so deeply cut that the patterns remain clear even after 3,000 years of erosion. Others have faint traces of red pigment, hinting that they may once have been painted, the dragons glowing in ochre or cinnabar against the grey stone. To imagine these pillars in their original state, standing tall among wildflowers, bright serpents gleaming in the sun, spring water trickling nearby, is to glimpse a lost ritual landscape. For locals living near these sites today, the Vishap stones are more than archaeological relics. They are woven into the folklore of the land. Shepherds tell stories of spirits that guard the springs, of serpents that emerge from the water on midsummer nights, of stones that glow faintly under moonlight. Some villagers leave offerings, bread, wine, or milk, at the base of certain stelae, continuing a practice that may stretch back thousands of years. Though most no longer recall the original reasons, the instinct to honor the stones persists. One of the most famous clusters lies on the slopes of Mount Arrogats, where the high pastures roll into rocky escarpments overlooking the valleys below. There, among wild grasses and volcanic debris, several Vishap Stelae stand in quiet alignment. Each faces toward a water source, a spring, a meltwater stream, or a pond fed by mountain runoff. Excavations at these sites have uncovered fragments of pottery, bronze tools, and animal bones, suggesting ritual activity. Yet no clear evidence explains the ceremonies themselves. It is as if the builders wished their actions to dissolve into the landscape, leaving only stone as testimony. Further south, near the Gighama Mountains, other stelae lie scattered among petroglyph-covered rocks. These carvings show hunters, animals, and celestial symbols, indicating that the area was once an active center of ritual life. Some scholars believe the Vishap Stelae were part of a broader spiritual system connecting sky, water, and fertility. In this interpretation, the serpent represented both the flowing nature of water and the cyclical renewal of life. Just as rivers feed the earth, the Vishap may have symbolized the eternal movement between death and rebirth. But there are more speculative ideas as well. Some researchers note that the stone's distribution often aligns with highland trade routes or mountain passes, suggesting they may have served as markers or boundary monuments. Others point out the astronomical consistency. Certain stelae align with sunrise at the solstices or with prominent peaks used for navigation. If these alignments were intentional, the stones could have functioned as waypoints for travelers moving through the harsh mountain terrain, guiding them toward water and safety. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect is how the Vishap tradition seems to bridge cultures. Similar serpent motifs appear in ancient Mesopotamian and Anatolian art, where dragons and water spirits symbolized fertility and chaos. The Armenian highlands, sitting between those regions, were a crossroads of civilizations, absorbing and transforming ideas from all sides. The dragon stones may reflect a synthesis of beliefs, a unique local expression of universal archetypes. Even their shapes invite curiosity. Many are carved to resemble fish, with a rounded head, tapering body, and fins etched along the sides. Others bear the faint suggestion of human form, broad shoulders, narrowed waists, blending anthropomorphic and zoomorphic elements. A few depict rams or bulls carved in low relief near the base, possibly offerings to the water deity represented by the serpent. Each variation feels intentional, part of a larger symbolic vocabulary now lost. Standing among them, one feels an atmosphere that is neither entirely human nor entirely natural. The stones seem to belong to both realms. Wind hums through the grass, water trickles nearby, and clouds drift low enough to touch. The Vishaps stand unmoving, yet their carved lines seem to flow like rivers turned to stone. It is easy to imagine ancient ceremonies taking place here. Priests pouring libations into the springs, singing hymns to the dragon of the water, asking for rain or fertility. The air would have carried the scent of wet earth and incense, the sound of voices echoing against the slopes. Modern archaeology has made progress in understanding the technical aspects of the Vishap Stelae. Excavations show that many were deliberately placed atop stone foundations, sometimes accompanied by shallow basins carved into the bedrock. These basins likely held water or offerings. In several cases, smaller stones form concentric circles around the main stela, hinting at ceremonial boundaries. Yet despite these findings, the meaning remains elusive. Every theory, astronomical, ritual, territorial, explains part of the picture, but none explains it all. Some Armenian historians view the Vishaps as precursors to later religious monuments. When Christianity spread through the region in the early centuries AD, many ancient sites were repurposed or sanctified anew. Springs once guarded by dragon stones were rededicated to saints associated with healing and water. The symbolism of the serpent persisted, transformed but never erased. In this continuity, the Vishaps can be seen as the first expressions of a spiritual lineage that survived through transformation rather than destruction. Their mystery deepened in the 20th century when archaeologists discovered that several Vishap Stelae had been reused in later periods. Some were incorporated into medieval fortresses or church walls, others moved to cemeteries as grave markers. This reuse implies that later generations recognized their power, even if their original meaning was lost. The stones carried an aura of the sacred, a sense that they connected people to something beyond their comprehension. In recent years, Armenian scholars have begun documenting the stelae in detail, creating digital models to preserve their carvings. Drones have mapped their distribution across the mountains, revealing patterns invisible from the ground. These studies show that many Vishaps form linear alignments along watercourses, almost as if forming networks of sacred geography. The builders may have conceived the entire landscape as alive, a system where springs, rivers, and stones interacted in spiritual harmony. Visitors who hike to these remote sites often describe an odd tranquility. The mountains stretch endlessly in all directions, their peaks veiled by mist. The only sounds are wind, birds, and the constant murmur of water. In such settings, the Vishaps feel perfectly at home, as though the world itself were designed around them. They do not stand apart from nature, they complete it. Perhaps that is their true purpose, not as objects to be understood, but as instruments for perceiving the unity of the natural and the divine. The dragon motif carries deep resonance across human cultures. In China, dragons rule the rains and rivers. In Mesopotamia, the chaos serpent Tiamat embodied primordial water. In the Mediterranean, serpents guarded springs and oracles. To see the same image carved into Armenian stone thousands of years ago suggests a universal truth, that early peoples everywhere recognized water as both giver and taker of life, and the serpent as its perfect emblem, fluid, cyclical, and eternal. When dusk settles over the mountains, the temperature drops swiftly. The carved serpents fade from view, their forms merging with the rock as the light withdraws. At this hour, the springs reflect the sky, and the stones stand like dark pillars between two worlds, earth below, heavens above. Ancient myths say that dragons once lived in the lakes, rising only when thunder called them. Perhaps the Vishap Stelae were meant as reminders of that pact between land and water, between people and the unseen forces that sustained them. Even now, some locals avoid disturbing the stones. They say the dragon sleeps beneath each one, curled in the cold earth, guarding the water's source. If a stone falls or is moved, the spring may dry or the weather may turn. To those who live close to the land, these are not superstitions but inherited truths, a continuity of respect passed through countless generations. Modern science may someday decode the Vishaps, their dates, their cultural context, their builders, Yet perhaps their power lies precisely in what remains unknown. They remind us that ancient people saw the world not as separate parts, but as a living system where stone, water, and spirit were one. To carve a dragon upon stone was not to depict a mythic creature, it was to acknowledge the pulse of life itself flowing through the earth. In the end, the Vishap Stelae endure not because they promise answers, but because they hold questions so vast they resist containment. They are fragments of a worldview where the sacred was everywhere, in springs, in storms, in the coiling line of a serpent carved into mountain stone. When the last light fades over the Armenian highlands, the dragon stones disappear into the grey-blue dusk, their forms absorbed into the landscape that birthed them. The springs continue to flow as they always have, clear and cold, tracing paths down the mountains toward valleys far below. The stones stand watch, patient and unchanging, keeping their secrets close. Perhaps that is how it was meant to be, that humanity should drink from the same waters the ancients once blessed, never fully knowing who first called the dragons to guard them. The journey to the Senegambian stone circles begins along narrow, red dirt roads that thread through acacia groves and low savanna grass. The air carries the smell of dry earth and wood smoke, and somewhere in the distance, the faint rhythm of drums drifts from a village festival. Then, just beyond a rise, the landscape changes. Hundreds of upright stones appear, evenly spaced, arranged in rings so perfect they seem drawn with compass and string. Each pillar casts a long shadow across the baked ground, forming patterns that shift with the sun. These are the Senegambian stone circles, ancient constructions spread across Senegal and Gambia, stretching over an area larger than some countries. Thousands of pillars, weighing several tons each, stand in careful alignment, the legacy of builders whose names have vanished into prehistory. The stones themselves are modest in appearance, reddish laterite columns rarely taller than 8 feet, but their precision is extraordinary. Every circle contains between 8 and 24 pillars, cut to near identical height, arranged in geometric harmony. Some circles stand alone, others cluster together in groups of 4 or more, forming vast ceremonial landscapes. To walk among them is to enter a rhythm older than speech. The air feels measured, balanced, as if the land itself remembers the pattern. Archaeologists have catalogued more than 1,000 of these circles, containing over 20,000 individual stones. They extend across a narrow band of land following the Gambia River, from the outskirts of Kaolack in Senegal to the banks of the river near Wassou in central Gambia. The largest concentration lies in 2 regions, Sine Saloum in Senegal and the Wassou-Badbo area of Gambia. These sites, now protected as UNESCO World Heritage Monuments, remain among the most extensive megalithic fields on Earth. What makes them so compelling is not merely their number, but their purpose, or rather, the absence of one that can be proven. The circles are too consistent to be accidental, yet too ancient to be tied to any recorded civilization. Radiocarbon testing of associated materials suggests construction between 500 BC and 1000 AD, meaning the builders predate Islam's arrival in West Africa and lived centuries before the region's first kingdoms began keeping written records. For nearly 2 millennia, the stones have stood untouched, the last surviving evidence of a complex culture whose memory dissolved long before colonial explorers ever reached these lands. Local oral traditions offer fragments of meaning. Elders in nearby villages sometimes speak of ancestral kings and great warriors buried among the stones. Others describe them as places of initiation, where young men underwent trials before entering adulthood. A few claim the circles mark celestial pathways, points of connection between earth and sky. Yet when these stories are compared across regions, their details diverge, as though each generation reinterpreted the circles in its own way, keeping their reverence but losing their reason. The first European accounts appeared in the 19th century, written by colonial officials and travelers puzzled by the sight of ancient circles scattered through farmland. Some speculated they were burial sites left by long-lost North African traders. Others thought them natural formations shaped by erosion. But when archaeologists began excavating in the 20th century, the truth became both clearer and stranger. Beneath many circles lay carefully arranged human graves, sometimes a single burial at the center, sometimes multiple interments over time. These burials contained iron tools, pottery, and ornaments of copper and glass, suggesting trade networks that stretched far beyond West Africa's interior. Whoever built the circles had connections, craftsmanship, and a deep spiritual culture. The laterite used for the pillars was quarried locally, but shaping it into uniform cylinders required both labor and skill. The material is dense, iron-rich, and hard to carve, yet each stone bears the smooth surface of deliberate workmanship. Quarry pits discovered near the sites show half-finished monoliths, as if ancient workers left them mid-process when the quarry's spiritual balance changed. To extract, transport, and erect thousands of such stones without modern tools would have demanded coordination across generations. The precision suggests more than communal effort. It implies hierarchy, leadership, and shared belief. Some of the most studied sites, such as Wasu and Senegambia, reveal subtle variations in layout. At Wasu, the circles are larger and more closely packed, suggesting a central ceremonial function. At Senegambia, the circles are accompanied by low tumuli, earthen mounds rising beside the stones, forming compound complexes unlike any other megalithic tradition. From above, the pattern resembles a mandala, circles within circles, radiating symmetry across the savanna. Each pillar is positioned with mathematical care, often pointing toward cardinal directions or astronomical alignments tied to solstice sunrises. Yet the builders left no inscriptions, no symbols, no markings to decode their intention. The stones speak through placement alone. Some researchers see in that silence the hint of an oral civilization, one where meaning was carried not by writing but by ritual and memory. The circles, then, might have functioned as spatial records of knowledge, mnemonic landscapes where each stone corresponded to story, lineage, or lore. When community elders stood among the pillars, they could have traced their histories through movement rather than text. Others see the hand of the cosmos itself. The spacing between circles often forms geometric relationships, distances that replicate astronomical ratios or mirror star constellations. At several sites, lines drawn through central stones align with the sunrise during equinox, suggesting that the circles may have served as observatories or calendars. If true, this would place the Senegambian builders among the world's earliest astronomers, observers of celestial rhythm working from the heart of Africa. But for all the scientific explanations, the circles resist categorization. They feel too alive, too human. Their arrangement is not cold geometry, but graceful balance, as if their makers understood proportion as emotion, not equation. Each circle feels like a gesture, a conversation between Earth and those who shaped it. When you stand at the center of one, sound behaves differently. The low hum of wind shifts, echoing faintly from stone to stone. The circular shape seems to amplify even small noises, producing a gentle resonance that feels deliberate. Some anthropologists believe this acoustic quality was intentional, that the circles were designed to carry sound during rituals, allowing chants or drumming to reverberate through the air. The stones, then, may have been instruments as much as monuments. Excavations over the decades have uncovered further clues, but no certainty. The human remains found beneath the circles display signs of careful burial, bodies arranged in flexed positions, often accompanied by grave goods. Some were interred with weapons or ornaments, others with nothing but fragments of pottery. These variations suggest social hierarchy, yet the consistency of the circles implies unity rather than division. It is possible the stones were communal shrines, sacred places used by multiple clans over centuries where ancestors were honored not by name, but by collective presence. The location of the circles along the Gambia River may hold deeper meaning. In ancient times, this waterway was both lifeline and boundary, linking communities across hundreds of kilometers. The builders may have viewed the river as sacred, its path mirroring the cycle of life and death. The circles, positioned along its course, could have represented stages of existence, portals between worlds, where water and stone marked the meeting of material and spiritual realms. Local spiritual traditions still carry faint echoes of these beliefs. Some elders describe the stones as houses of the old ones, places where spirits dwell quietly, neither harmful nor benevolent unless disturbed. Offerings of millet or kola nuts are sometimes left at the bases of certain pillars, a gesture of respect continued unconsciously across generations. Even today, farmers hesitate to move or damage the stones. Stories circulate of misfortune befalling anyone who tries. Whether coincidence or inherited caution, the effect is the same. The circles remain untouched. During the dry season, when the grasses wither to gold, the stones seem to glow at sunset. Their red surfaces catch the light and shimmer faintly, as though alive with heat. In the evening, when the sky turns violet, they fade into silhouettes, perfect rings outlined against the fading horizon. In those moments, it becomes easy to believe the stones were placed not just to mark the ground, but to speak with the heavens. Archaeologists from Senegal and Gambia have worked for decades to preserve and study the circles, often in collaboration across borders. Their findings reveal remarkable consistency in construction technique, suggesting cultural continuity across a vast region. Yet there are differences too, slight variations in pillar size, orientation, and associated artifacts. These differences may reflect distinct clans or time periods, each contributing to a tradition that evolved gradually over centuries. Some circles show evidence of reuse, older stones repositioned, newer ones added, implying that the builders saw their monuments not as static objects, but as living centers of renewal. In recent years, advanced technology has revealed even deeper complexity. Ground-penetrating radar has detected buried features beneath several circles. Stone pavements, secondary graves, and possibly post holes indicating wooden structures that have long since decayed. This suggests that the visible circles were only part of larger ceremonial compounds, combining earth, wood, and stone in layered harmony. The surviving pillars are the skeletal remains of something far grander, a design shaped by ritual cycles that spanned generations. The precision of their placement continues to puzzle scientists. Even with modern surveying equipment, replicating such alignment across thousands of stones would require significant planning. Yet no trace of written measurement systems or architectural blueprints exists. This raises a larger question. How did communities with no apparent writing or centralized authority coordinate such monumental work? The answer may lie in shared worldview rather than imposed rule. The circles could represent consensus, a manifestation of collective identity. By building together, communities reaffirmed their unity, embedding cooperation itself into the land. There is something profoundly human in that idea. While civilizations elsewhere built pyramids and temples to glorify rulers or gods, the people of the Senegambian plains may have built circles to celebrate connection. Each stone a participant, equal and necessary, forming completeness only when joined with the others. Perhaps that is why the shape is a circle, endless, inclusive, balanced. Yet not all questions are spiritual. Some researchers suspect practical motives beneath the symbolism. The circles might have marked burial grounds for ruling families or signaled control over territory. Others suggest they were astronomical observatories calibrated to seasonal cycles crucial for agriculture. But none of these theories fully account for the scale or duration of the phenomenon. The circles span more than 2,000 years of activity, too long for a single political or religious system, yet too consistent to be coincidence. Whatever principle guided their creation must have been fundamental, woven deeply into the worldview of those who lived here. At night, under clear skies, the stones reveal another side. The Milky Way stretches directly overhead, mirrored faintly in the dark line of the river below. Standing at the center of a circle, one can trace constellations through the gaps between pillars, each frame revealing a different portion of the heavens. It is tempting to think the builders saw what we see, a sky filled with movement, where stars rose and set with perfect rhythm. Perhaps they carved their rhythm into the earth to join it, fixing the eternal dance of the cosmos in stone. Today, the Senegambian stone circles remain remarkably intact. Unlike many ancient monuments, they were never repurposed into fortresses or churches, never dismantled for building materials. Their remote locations and the respect of local people protected them. Walking through these sites, one senses continuity between past and present. Villages still nearby, farmers still working the same soil, herders still following paths their ancestors once traced. The stones watch quietly over it all, unchanged observers of human persistence. In 2006, UNESCO designated the Senegambian stone circles a World Heritage Site, recognizing them as the largest concentration of megalithic monuments in the world. This acknowledgement brought preservation funding, but also renewed global curiosity. Archaeologists continue to document, measure, and analyze, hoping to decipher the code hidden in alignment and proportion. Yet, even with drones and digital mapping, the mystery deepens. Each new discovery opens another question. Why this shape? Why this scale? Why here? For the people who live among them, the circles are less puzzle than inheritance. They represent the depth of their ancestry, proof that the land's history runs deeper than colonial lines or modern borders. The stones predate kingdoms, religions, and nations, reminding all who see them that civilization in West Africa began long before written records tried to define it. When dawn breaks over the Gambia River, the first light falls across the circles, touching each pillar in sequence. Birds begin to call from the trees, and the stones cast their morning shadows once again, shadows that have moved across this same ground for 2,000 years without interruption. The people who raised them are gone, but their geometry remains flawless, their placement perfect, their silence unbroken. Perhaps that is their final purpose, to show that balance can outlast time, that what humans build in harmony with the world never truly disappears. The Senegambian stone circles continue to measure something no instrument can record, the rhythm of existence itself, steady as the river that flows beside them, endless as the ring their stones still form. In the endless sand of northern Mauritania, far from any paved road or permanent settlement, a mountain of stone rises from the desert floor with such suddenness it looks as though it was dropped from the sky. It stands alone, vast, smooth and silent under a sky that never seems to move. This is Amera, one of Earth's greatest monoliths, second in size only to Uluru in Australia. From a distance, it appears almost too symmetrical to be natural. A colossal granite dome, nearly 2,000 feet high, its surface shining with the colors of the sun. To reach it, one must cross hundreds of kilometers of emptiness, where the dunes shift daily and the horizon flickers with heat. Yet for those who make the journey, Amera is more than a geological wonder. It feels like an altar carved by nature, an ancient monument surrounded by mysteries that stretch across millennia. Long before modern explorers recorded its presence, travelers along the old caravan routes knew this place by name. They called it the Mountain of Spirits, or the Stone That Watches. Tuareg guides told stories of how it grew overnight, a boulder cast upward by forces deep within the earth. Others said it was once a living being, perhaps a god, perhaps a giant, turned to rock after breaking a sacred law. Even today, nomads passing near it lower their voices, for in the desert, words have weight, and some stones are believed to listen. The approach to Amera is slow and hypnotic. For hours, the desert remains flat, the sand pale and endless. Then, suddenly, the horizon lifts, and a black mass takes form, first a smudge, then a wall. As you draw nearer, details sharpen, fissures running like veins, terraces cut by erosion, and surfaces burnished to near glass. The base stretches more than 5 kilometers, and the granite above it seems to absorb the sun. When midday light strikes it directly, it glows with copper and gold tones, as if lit from within. At night, the surface cools and turns silver under the moon. It dominates everything around it, dwarfing the smaller hills and dunes that dot the Mauritanian plateau. Yet the mountain does not stand alone in its silence. Just a few kilometers away lies another formation, Ben Haroun, smaller but equally striking. Between them, scattered across the sand, lie hundreds of prehistoric rock carvings etched into smaller boulders and cliffs. These petroglyphs depict giraffes, cattle, antelope, and human figures dancing or hunting. Their presence transforms Amera from a geological phenomenon into something much more complex, a meeting point of nature and human thought, where art, ritual, and geology intertwine. Archaeologists studying the region have dated many of the carvings to between 5,000 and 7,000 years ago, a time when the Sahara was not yet desert but savanna, rich with lakes and rivers. The people who created these images lived in a green world, one filled with animals now long gone from Mauritania's dry lands. To them, Ben Amera would have been a sacred mountain rising over fertile plains, a natural temple linking earth and sky. Some carvings even seem to orient toward the monolith itself, as if its presence guided their placement. It is easy to understand why they saw it as sacred. The formation is not merely large, it possesses a geometry that defies randomness. Its slopes rise smoothly on all sides, meeting at a rounded summit so perfect it appears sculpted. The rock's texture changes subtly as one climbs, rough near the base, polished higher up, almost like steps of time preserved in stone. Geologists classify Ben Amera as an inselberg, an isolated granite intrusion left behind after millions of years of erosion stripped away the surrounding rock. But even they admit that its symmetry and scale are exceptional. Few natural structures anywhere match its combination of mass and elegance. Standing at its base, one senses a strange quiet. The desert wind that normally roars across open sand seems to lose its strength near the monolith, circling softly instead of cutting through. The sound becomes low and steady, almost like breath. Travelers who have camped nearby describe how nights around Ben Amera feel unlike anywhere else in the Sahara. The stars seem impossibly close, the Milky Way spilling across the sky with such clarity that it feels as though the mountain itself is pulling light toward it. For the nomads who still roam this region, Ben Amera serves as both landmark and legend. Caravans carrying salt or goods between Nouadhibou and Chum used it for navigation long before maps existed. The Tuareg word for it, Adra Amera, means the mountain that guides. Stories say it glows faintly before dawn, helping travelers find their way. Whether this is an effect of reflected starlight or something else, those who live here swear by it. In a landscape where direction means survival, such faith is a kind of truth. What lies within Ben Amera, however, remains unknown. No major excavation or internal survey has been conducted. Its granite core is too dense to easily explore, and the extreme environment makes extended study difficult. Some geologists suspect deep fractures or chambers exist inside, relics of its volcanic origin. Local stories speak of tunnels leading beneath it, said to connect to underground water or to rooms where the first people lived. None have been confirmed, yet they persist, oral echoes of a time when myth and geology shared the same language. A few kilometers away, near the base of a smaller ridge, the prehistoric carvings grow denser. The best-known site, often called the Stone of the Women, features petroglyphs showing human figures in elaborate poses, possibly dancing or performing rituals. One scene depicts a woman with outstretched arms surrounded by animals, a motif found elsewhere in Saharan rock art associated with fertility and rain. Another shows a row of horned cattle, carved with deep grooves that catch the sunlight at dawn and dusk, as though intentionally aligned with the day's edges. These carvings suggest a society that not only revered nature, but understood the cycles of time and season. Curiously, many of these carvings cluster near smaller monoliths or boulders shaped like miniature versions of Ben Amera itself. It's as if the artists saw a spiritual relationship between the great mountain and the lesser stones, a hierarchy of forms mirroring their worldview. Perhaps the big monolith was the dwelling of the divine, while the smaller ones served as altars or intermediaries. The carvings between them could have been pathways, a ritual journey mapped in stone. The surrounding desert supports this sense of continuity. Even though the landscape is now barren, it still reveals faint traces of ancient watercourses. Dry channels snake outward from the base of the mountain, their curves still visible in satellite imagery. These may once have been streams flowing from seasonal rains, feeding life across the plains. If the mountain was associated with fertility, these vanished rivers would have reinforced its sacred role, its presence marking the place where life emerged. Modern visitors often describe a strange sense of scale at Ben Amera. Standing near it, perception shifts. Distance feels unreliable. What seems close takes hours to reach, and the base appears endless when you arrive. The desert's silence magnifies everything: the sound of boots on sand, the crack of cooling stone after sunset, even the faint hum of blood in one's ears. To many, this sensory dislocation feels spiritual. Perhaps the ancients who carved their art nearby experienced the same sensation, interpreting it not as illusion but revelation. A few kilometers north of Ben Amera, an even smaller cluster of stones bears markings that differ from the others. These include abstract patterns, spirals, grids, and shapes resembling constellations. Some researchers have proposed that these may represent early astronomical observations, mapping stars or lunar phases. If true, this would place the carvings within a tradition found across the prehistoric Sahara, where rock art often served both ritual and scientific purposes. The builders of Nabta Playa in Egypt, for instance, aligned their stones to the solstice thousands of years before Stonehenge. It's tempting to imagine that the artists who lived near Ben Amera belonged to the same ancient continuum, a civilization connected not by empire but by sky. One detail often overlooked is the relationship between Ben Amera and its environment during different times of day. At sunrise, its western face glows rose gold, while the opposite side remains cold and grey. At noon, the light flattens it, revealing every fault line and fracture like veins beneath skin. But at sunset, something remarkable happens. The shadow of Ben Amera stretches across the desert, touching the smaller monolith of Ben Haroun. For a few brief minutes each evening, the two mountains align through light and shadow, as though reuniting in an ancient dialogue. This phenomenon, visible only during certain months, has led some to suggest that their positions were significant to early observers, perhaps marking time, ritual, or direction. During the late 20th century, an unexpected addition arrived near Ben Amera. In 1999, as part of a UNESCO art project celebrating the millennium, a group of international sculptors was invited to create works at the site. They carved figures and abstract forms into the surrounding boulders, modern echoes of the ancient petroglyphs. Though controversial among purists, these carvings created a fascinating juxtaposition. Contemporary art beside prehistoric art, both united by the same stone. For visitors today, the effect is surreal. A dialogue across thousands of years, each generation leaving its mark on the desert's canvas. Yet despite these modern interventions, Ben Amera itself remains untouched. No artist could improve upon its form. It is already sculpture on a scale beyond human capacity. To circle it on foot takes hours. To climb it requires strength and precision. The upper slopes are smooth, offering little hold, but a few climbers have reached the summit, reporting panoramic views that stretch for over 100 kilometers. From the top, the desert unfolds like an ocean frozen in place. The horizon curves subtly, revealing the Earth's roundness in a way rarely visible from the ground. Those who have stood there describe a profound stillness, a sense of standing at the edge of time. Geologists estimate that Ben Amera's granite core formed more than 1 billion years ago, deep beneath the Earth's crust. Over ages of erosion, the softer rock around it vanished, leaving the monolith exposed. It is the remnant of an ancient mountain range polished by wind and sand into the form we see today. Yet this scientific timeline only deepens the wonder. To realize that the same stone now touched by human hands was already old when multicellular life first appeared in Earth's oceans is to glimpse eternity compressed into form. There is also a peculiar magnetic quality to the site. Compass readings taken near the base sometimes deviate slightly, as if the rock contains localized magnetic anomalies. Some attribute this to iron deposits within the granite, others consider it coincidence. Still, stories have grown around it. Claims of lights seen on moonless nights, of compasses spinning erratically, of travelers losing orientation even in daylight. Whether caused by magnetism or myth, such experiences add another layer to Ben Amera's reputation as a threshold between worlds. To the west, the desert opens into vast plains leading toward the Atlantic coast. To the east, it rises gradually toward the Adrar Plateau, a region filled with prehistoric sites and ancient trade routes. The position of Ben Amera between these landscapes suggests it may once have marked a crossroads, both physical and symbolic. Perhaps caravans stopped here to perform rituals before crossing the harsher sands ahead. Perhaps the petroglyphs were part of a traveler's sanctuary, a reminder that even in emptiness, the sacred could be found. The interplay between geology and culture at Ben Amera remains one of its most striking qualities. Few other places on Earth fuse natural and human creation so seamlessly. The mountain seems to invite expression, yet also to humble it. Every carving near its base, every myth or legend surrounding it, feels like a human attempt to interpret something beyond comprehension. The ancients responded by engraving their stories into smaller stones. Modern visitors respond with awe. Both gestures arise from the same impulse, to translate the infinite into something that fits within the span of a life. When twilight comes, the desert cools rapidly. The last sunlight paints Ben Amera in bands of red and violet before fading into blue-grey shadow. The air grows cold enough to see breath, and the stars ignite one by one. The mountain stands unchanged, its summit lost against the sky. In the quiet that follows, it feels less like an object than an event, something ongoing, older than language, patient enough to outlast whatever meaning we project onto it. Perhaps that is why the prehistoric artists chose to leave their marks here. They must have recognized in this place a permanence rare in their world, a form that would survive long after rivers dried and grasslands turned to sand. Their carvings, still visible after thousands of years, confirm that instinct. They understood that stone remembers. In a way, Ben Amera itself is a record, a geological script written in mineral layers, telling the story of creation through the language of erosion. It stands as both monument and mirror, reflecting humanity's endless search for meaning in the natural world. To look upon it is to confront time on its own terms, vast, patient, unyielding. When dawn breaks over Mauritania, the first light touches the top of the monolith long before it reaches the plains. The summit glows softly, then brightens, while the desert below remains in shadow. For a few minutes, Ben Amera becomes a beacon, lit from the heavens, solitary but not alone. The carvings nearby catch the light next, their ancient lines flaring briefly with gold before fading again into rock. It is a cycle that has repeated for untold ages, a conversation between stone and sun that predates every memory of human presence. Those who leave the site often describe a lingering feeling, as if something of the mountain travels with them. Perhaps it is the memory of its scale, or the realization that even in the emptiest places on Earth, meaning persists. Whether born of geology, myth, or both, Ben Amera remains a testament to connection between people and the planet, between past and present, between what is seen and what is felt. It rises, immovable, in a desert that never stops shifting, a monolith untouched by time, watching the world change around it. And though no one truly knows who first looked upon it and saw divinity, that act of recognition binds us to them still, separated by thousands of years but drawn by the same wonder at a mountain that should not be, and yet is. High in the Andes, where the thin air tastes of stone and cold wind moves like water across the peaks, solitary pillars rise from the earth, unhewn, unshaped, yet revered for thousands of years. They are called Huancas, sacred stones that once held the beating heart of Andean spirituality. To pass one is to walk through layers of belief so old that even the Inca, who came to rule this vast spine of mountains, spoke of them as relics from a world before their own. These are not the carved monuments of empire, nor the megaliths of precise engineering. They are older, rawer, born of mountain and myth. Each Huanca stands where heaven and earth seem to touch, its surface etched only by time, its power drawn from place rather than hand. The first encounter with a Huanca is rarely visual. You feel it before you see it. The sudden stillness of animals, the subtle change in wind direction, the shift in air temperature that locals say marks a sacred boundary. Then, as you turn a bend or crest a ridge, the stone appears, upright and alone, often taller than a person, planted deep in the soil as if rooted there. Around it, the ground may bear traces of old offerings, ashes from burned coca leaves, fragments of pottery, llama bones left from ancient rituals. In these highlands, nothing is accidental. To find a stone standing in the open is to find the axis of a forgotten world. The word Huanca, also written Huanca, comes from Quechua, meaning sacred stone or idol. Yet its meaning runs deeper than language allows. In the worldview of the Andes, stones were not inert matter but living beings, ancestors transformed, guardians of land and lineage. Each Huanca was believed to hold the essence of a forebear or a deity, a physical vessel linking the living to the cosmic order. Villages centered themselves around them, fields were planted according to their orientation, and travelers stopped to pay respects before continuing their journeys through the mountains. Archaeologists have documented Huancas from Peru to Bolivia and beyond, scattered across valleys, ridges, and plains. Some stand within the ruins of known cultures, the Chavin, the Wari, the Inca, yet others rise in places untouched by architecture, far older than any civilization history records. The oldest may predate even agriculture in the region, suggesting that Andean people recognized sacred geography long before they built temples or cities. The landscape itself was their shrine, and the Huanca was its symbol. What makes them so extraordinary is their simplicity. Unlike the finely carved stones of Machu Picchu or Tiwanaku, Huancas were rarely modified. They were chosen, not made, selected from riverbeds or cliffs for their form, color, or position relative to the sun. Some are slender and vertical, others broad and weathered, shaped by natural fracture rather than tool. Their surfaces may appear untouched, yet to ancient eyes, those textures were the markings of the gods. Each groove, each lichen patch, each streak of mineral was seen as a message, a divine fingerprint left by the forces of creation. In some Andean communities, Huancas still stand at the heart of festivals. People gather around them with offerings of corn beer and coca leaves, sprinkling chicha on the ground as they invoke the spirits of water and fertility. Such rituals are remnants of a worldview that sees the mountain not as backdrop but as ancestor. The Huanca acts as intermediary between the human world and the larger being of the Andes itself. It listens, receives, and transmits. When storms arrive suddenly or crops fail, the villagers say the Huanca is restless, that its spirit needs appeasement. To outsiders, these stones may appear random, just upright rocks in remote landscapes, but their placement follows hidden logic. Many align with nearby peaks, rivers, or solstice sunrises. In the valley of Huánuco, one stands where the rising sun on the shortest day of the year first touches the mountain ridge. In the highlands near Cusco, another marks the direction of the Pleiades, crucial for determining planting seasons. This astronomical precision reveals a civilization attuned to the cycles of heaven long before formal calendars were devised. The Huanca, in this sense, was both ritual object and observatory, a stone mirror reflecting the sky's eternal motion. Spanish chroniclers who arrived in the 16th century were fascinated and unsettled by the Huancas. They recorded how villagers treated the stones as living beings, dressing them in cloth, feeding them with food offerings, and speaking to them as elders. Priests of the colonial church saw this as idolatry, and many Huancas were toppled or buried under chapels. Yet even as the conquerors built their crosses, local people continued to visit the old stones in secret, blending their reverence into Christian rites. Over time, the two traditions intertwined. The Huanca hidden beneath the altar, the old gods watching from the shadows of new saints. Over time, the two traditions intertwined. The Huanca hidden beneath the altar, the old gods watching from the shadows of new saints. Despite centuries of suppression, the tradition survived. In remote Andean communities today, elders still remember the songs once sung to these stones. They tell of Huancas that move at night, walking from one valley to another, leaving deep furrows behind. Some are said to weep when forgotten, their tears forming streams that water the crops. Others are believed to speak through dreams, guiding those who listen toward healing or warning of disaster. These beliefs, passed from generation to generation, show how the Huanca's meaning adapted yet never vanished. One remarkable site lies in the central highlands near the modern town of Chavin de Huantar. Before the famous temple complex was built, a lone Huanca is thought to have stood there, an ancestral focus of worship that later inspired the temple's axis. Archaeological layers beneath the Chavin structures contain traces of earlier occupation centered around natural stone formations, suggesting that the monumental religion of the Chavin people grew from the older Huanca cult. The same pattern appears across the Andes, where later civilizations built temples. Earlier ones had already marked the land with standing stones. The Huanca, it seems, was the seed from which Andean architecture evolved. In other regions, the stones served as territorial markers. Each community had its own Huanca, representing both its origin and its boundary. The Inca, recognizing their power, incorporated them into their empire's network of sacred sites, or huacas. They catalogued thousands of them, assigning priests to maintain offerings and record ceremonies. Yet even for the Inca, many Huancas were ancient relics whose origins were mysterious. They called them pacarinas, places of emergence where ancestors first rose from the earth. According to their myths, entire lineages were born from caves, lakes, or stones that later became Huancas. The line between myth and geology blurred completely. To walk among these stones today is to move through overlapping worlds. In the Cusco region, near the village of Pisac, a field still holds several upright pillars that farmers avoid disturbing. They are said to mark the graves of heroes who turned to stone to guard their descendants. In the high valleys of Ayacucho, herders tie ribbons around Huancas before moving their flocks to new pastures, asking for protection. Even in cities, echoes remain. Modern Andean festivals often feature symbolic stones representing the original Huancas, paraded through the streets during processions. The tradition has simply changed shape, as resilient as the mountains themselves. For archaeologists, studying Huancas presents a challenge unlike any other. Since most were not carved, dating them is nearly impossible. Soil analysis and associated artifacts offer clues, but the stones themselves could have stood for 10,000 years or more. Some are embedded so deeply that they may extend far underground, suggesting deliberate planting or the gradual accumulation of sediment around them. Others show evidence of having been struck by lightning, a mark that only increased their sanctity, for lightning was seen as the voice of the sky god, Inti Elapa. When a Huanca was hit, people gathered to celebrate rather than mourn, believing the heavens had spoken directly through it. The most intriguing aspect of the Huanca tradition is its universality. Similar stones appear throughout the Andean range, across cultures separated by time and language. From the preceramic sites of Caral to the high plateaus of Lake Titicaca, from coastal valleys to mountain ridges, the same idea recurs, the upright stone as axis of the world. This consistency hints at a shared cosmology stretching back to humanity's earliest presence in the Andes. Long before empires rose, the people of these mountains saw the world as alive, a network of spirits linked through stone, water, and sky. Modern science has begun to rediscover what ancient people already understood, that certain places exert measurable effects on both environment and human perception. Many Huanca sites lie along fault lines or magnetic anomalies, areas where underground water flows create subtle electrical charges. Whether by intuition or observation, the ancients selected these places with uncanny precision. To them, these were not geological coincidences, but signs of vitality, earth breathing through stone. The physical beauty of the Huancas lies not in ornamentation, but in context. Imagine a tall granite pillar framed against snow-capped peaks, the sky a deep cobalt above it, the wind carrying the sound of distant flutes from a village below. Nearby, terraces carved into hillsides ripple with maize and quinoa, their patterns echoing the verticality of the stone. In such a landscape, it is easy to feel that the Huanca belongs, that it has always been part of the mountain's design. The stone's silence is not absence but presence, an invitation to listen differently. Ethnographers who study Andean communities often describe the Huanca as a dialogue partner. It receives prayers but also gives counsel, not through speech but through signs, changes in weather, movement of animals, unexpected dreams. This relational way of thinking challenges Western distinctions between animate and inanimate, subject and object. In Andean thought, the Huanca is not a symbol of the sacred, it is the sacred embodied. Its power cannot be separated from its physical being. Some scholars propose that the very concept of kingship in the Andes may have originated from Huanca worship. Early rulers were seen as living stones, inheritors of ancestral power, chosen to embody the same stability and endurance as the Huanca itself. When a leader died, a stone might be erected in their place, ensuring their presence continued within the landscape. This transformation from person to stone was not metaphorical, it was real, part of the natural order. To die was to return to the mountain, to stand again as guardian. In the modern era, as roads and cities expand into the highlands, many huancas have been lost, crushed for construction or displaced by farming. Yet others have been rediscovered, sometimes by accident. In 2017, a road project near Apurimac uncovered a cluster of standing stones arranged in a rough circle, each aligned toward distant peaks. Local elders identified them immediately as ancient huancas and halted construction until rituals could be performed. Such incidents reveal how deeply embedded these beliefs remain, even after centuries of upheaval. Perhaps the most profound aspect of the huanca is its endurance. Empires have risen and fallen, religions have come and gone, yet the stones remain upright. They outlast language, politics, even memory. When you stand before one, it is difficult to feel entirely human. You sense time stretching vertically rather than horizontally, connecting the present moment to an endless chain of past and future. In that sense, the huanca is not just an artifact, but a measure of existence itself. At dusk, when the sun slides behind the mountains, the light strikes these stones from the side, elongating their shadows across the ground. The temperature drops quickly, and the world takes on a blue clarity unique to high altitude. In those moments, the huanca seems to merge with its surroundings, neither object nor landscape, but both at once. You can almost believe the stories that say these stones move after dark, shifting slightly to face the stars that rise above them. Some anthropologists suggest that the origin of huanca worship may go back to the Ice Age, when early peoples migrating through South America began marking sacred sites with upright stones as they settled in the mountains. These markers could have served practical purposes, navigational points, territorial signs, but over generations, their meanings deepened, transforming into spiritual centers. The practice of revering natural stones may therefore represent one of humanity's oldest rituals, the recognition of stability amid constant change. To the Andean mind, everything had a kamak, a life force. Stones, rivers, clouds, and people all shared it, differing only in degree. The huanca was an especially concentrated form of kamak, where the vitality of the earth gathered and could be felt. Pilgrims sought these places not for spectacle, but for communion, to recharge the life force that daily existence depleted. Perhaps this is why the huanca tradition persisted even as civilizations transformed, because it spoke to something fundamental in the human experience, the desire to feel part of the world, not apart from it. Today, visitors who trek into the Andes to see these stones often describe an unexpected calm. The altitude, the silence, and the endless sky create a state of reflection that feels ancient. Whether or not they believe in the spirits of the huancas, they sense that these stones hold meaning beyond geology. It is the kind of meaning that cannot be measured, only felt. When night descends over the high valleys, the temperature drops sharply. Frost creeps across the ground, and the huancas stand outlined against a field of stars. Farmers retreat to their homes, the last fires dim, and the only movement is the slow drift of clouds between peaks. In that stillness, the huancas seem awake, their dark forms absorbing the starlight like sentinels keeping watch over both the living and the dead. Their builders are forgotten, their names erased by centuries of wind, yet the stones remain faithful to their purpose. They connect the sky above to the soil below, bridging time with presence. The people who once prayed to them, the conquerors who feared them, and the modern travelers who study them, all are drawn by the same invisible thread, the sense that somewhere in the meeting of rock and reverence lies an ancient truth we have not yet fully understood. When dawn comes again, sunlight spills across the ridges, touching each huanca in turn, as if counting them. The mountains awaken, birds rise from the terraces, and life begins anew. The stones do not move, but they seem to breathe with the land, unchanged, yet always part of its rhythm. They are, in the deepest sense, the Andes themselves, timeless, sentient, and waiting for us to remember what they were meant to teach. On a low hill above the Japanese city of Asuka lies a stone unlike any other, a massive block of granite weighing hundreds of tons, carved so precisely that it looks as though it could have been shaped by machinery rather than hand. Locals call it the Masuda no Iwafune, or Rock Ship of Masuda. It sits quietly among trees and grass, its sharp lines softened only by moss and time. No inscriptions tell its story, no legend fully explains its purpose. The stone is ancient, yet it looks unfinished, as if someone began a task of impossible ambition, then vanished mid-stroke. The first thing that strikes visitors is its geometry. The rock ship measures roughly 11 meters long, 8 meters wide, and 4 meters high. Its surface is perfectly level, carved into steps and planes so smooth they reflect sunlight like metal. Across the top run 2 deep square holes, each about 1 meter wide, perfectly aligned and cut to the same depth. No one knows why they exist or what they once held. Some say wooden posts were fitted into them to support a structure now long gone. Others believe the holes once contained astronomical instruments or served as sockets for sacred offerings aligned with the stars. Even stranger is the contrast between this precision and its base. The lower portion of the monolith blends naturally into the bedrock, as if the entire hill were sculpted into form rather than quarried. That seamless connection gives the impression that the rock ship was not moved here, but revealed, its lines drawn directly from the mountain's heart. Every face, every angle shows deliberate design. The cuts are too clean to be accidental, yet they bear no chisel marks, no evidence of the tools that shaped them. Standing beside it, one feels an odd dissonance between scale and silence. The stone looms above head height, but the surrounding landscape is gentle, terraced fields, small temples, and quiet houses. The contrast makes the monolith seem out of place, as though it belongs to another age entirely. Modern Asuka is peaceful and bright, yet the rock ship feels older than the earth around it, an artifact from a civilization that left no trace except this single act of precision. The region of Asuka is itself an open-air museum of early Japan. Long before Kyoto or Nara became capitals, Asuka served as the heart of power during the Asuka period, roughly from the 6th to 8th centuries. Buddhist temples, tombs, and sculptures still dot its hillsides. Among them, the rock ship stands apart. Not religious in design, not funerary in structure, yet unmistakably human in creation. Historians have long debated whether it predates even the Asuka period, perhaps belonging to an older, undocumented culture whose knowledge of stonework has vanished. The mystery deepens when one notices its placement. The rock ship faces northwest, its long axis aligned roughly toward the direction of the setting sun at certain times of the year. This alignment, combined with its 2 square holes, has led some researchers to propose that it functioned as an astronomical marker. The holes may have held sighting poles used to track solar events such as solstices or equinoxes, allowing early astronomer priests to observe the sun's path across the horizon. If true, it would make the rock ship one of the oldest scientific instruments in Japan. Yet this explanation, elegant as it sounds, does not fit all the evidence. The size of the monument far exceeds what would be required for an observational tool, nor are there inscriptions or reference marks indicating measurement. Others suggest a funerary function, noting that the nearby area contains several ancient tombs known as kofun. These burial mounds, built for early rulers, often incorporated massive stones. Some archaeologists believe the rock ship may have been intended as the capstone for a giant tomb that was never completed, its cutting abandoned when political power shifted or resources ran dry. But even that theory falters under scrutiny. The craftsmanship of the rock ship is unlike anything seen in kofun architecture. Tombstones of that period were rough, fitted together from boulders, not shaped into precise geometric blocks. The rock ship's surfaces, by contrast, are machined with startling regularity, as though the builders understood both symmetry and structural balance at a level uncommon for the era. The difference in style is too great to dismiss as variation. It suggests another origin entirely. Local folklore takes the question further into the realm of the mythic. Some legends claim the rock ship was created by gods who descended from the sky, their vessel turned to stone as they departed. Others tell of giants who carved it as a monument to their vanished homeland. The name itself, rock ship, echoes this imagery, a vessel grounded forever, mid-voyage, as if frozen between heaven and earth. It is not difficult to see why such stories arose. From certain angles, the stone's shape does resemble a ship's hull, complete with raised prow and deck-like top. Standing before it at dawn, when light touches its surface from the east, the illusion becomes complete, a ship of stone preparing to sail into the mountains. Scholars visiting the site often describe a sense of contradiction. It feels both natural and artificial, both ancient and strangely modern. Some point to the technological challenge it represents. Granite is one of the hardest rocks on Earth, resistant even to steel. To cut it with such accuracy would have required either an advanced method of abrasion or tools capable of extraordinary precision. Yet Japan's earliest known use of metal chisels appears centuries later than the presumed date of the rock ship's creation. How then was it shaped? Microscopic studies of the surface have revealed parallel striations consistent with abrasive grinding, perhaps using sand, quartz, and water over long periods. If true, the rock ship could represent the cumulative effort of generations. Its creators may have labored not for practicality but devotion, seeing in the act of shaping stone a form of prayer. Such devotion would explain the monument's perfection, every stroke deliberate, every plane a meditation in granite. At night, when the village lights fade and the moon rises, the rock ship takes on another character. Its surfaces gleam faintly, the edges soft but defined. The square holes fill with shadow so deep they appear bottomless. From nearby paths, the stone seems to float, its base hidden, its bulk suspended against the pale sky. Locals say the air around it feels colder than the rest of the hillside, as though the stone holds the chill of 1,000 winters. Visitors who camp nearby sometimes speak of hearing faint vibrations or low hums near its surface. Whether caused by wind, temperature change, or imagination, the effect is unmistakable. Those who study sacred architecture recognize in the rock ship a principle found across ancient cultures, the shaping of stone to connect with cosmic order. Whether in Egypt's pyramids, Peru's Huancas, or Britain's circles, humanity has long used stone as intermediary between world and sky. The Masuda monument fits that lineage yet remains distinct, less a temple than a question carved from the mountain itself. The surrounding landscape adds context. Just a short walk away stands another ancient stone known as the Sakafune Ishi, or stone boat. Smaller but similar in design, it too features rectangular depressions and carved channels, as if intended to hold water or ritual offerings. Both stones share the same granite composition and unusual workmanship, suggesting they were created by the same culture. Yet their purposes diverge, one carved flat like a basin, the other lifted high like a vessel. Together, they hint at a symbolic pairing, earth and sky, vessel and altar, dual aspects of a single forgotten system. Historical documents from later centuries mention these stones only in passing. By the time of the Nara period, their origins were already unknown. Buddhist monks who settled nearby incorporated them into local law, declaring them remnants of the gods. Over time, the area became a site of quiet pilgrimage. Even today, Shinto priests occasionally visit to offer rice and sake, acknowledging the stone's sacred presence, though its meaning has been lost. Recent researchers have attempted to reconstruct its history through geological mapping. They discovered that the rock ship is carved from a granite outcrop unique to that specific hill, meaning it could never have been transported. The shaping occurred on site, its contours matching the bedrock's natural grain. The precision of the cuts suggests that the builders understood how to exploit the stone's fracture lines, knowledge that would have required centuries of accumulated experience. Whoever they were masters not only of technique, but of patience. Some theorists look beyond archaeology for explanation. The rock ship's perfection has fueled speculation about lost technology, perhaps an early form of acoustic or thermal cutting unknown to recorded history. Such ideas remain controversial, yet they persist because conventional methods seem inadequate to account for both the scale and finish of the monument. It sits like an anomaly, defying the linear narrative of technological evolution. But there is another way to view it, less as an outlier, more as an expression of human continuity. Across time and cultures, people have sought permanence in stone. The builders of Masuda may not have needed advanced tools. They needed only the will to see eternity in granite. By transforming a natural boulder into perfect geometry, they declared that thought could shape the physical world. In that sense, the rock ship is both artifact and idea, a message carved not in words but in form. During the rainy season, water gathers briefly in the two square holes, forming twin mirrors that reflect the sky. The effect is striking. Two squares of light floating above a block of shadow, as if the heavens themselves were anchored to the mountain. To early observers, such reflections could easily have carried spiritual meaning. The sky within the stone, the earth gazing upward. It is a moment where opposites meet. Perhaps that was the point all along. Every few years, small teams of researchers return to Masuda with new instruments, hoping to uncover hidden cavities or inscriptions. None have been found. Ground-penetrating radar shows the stone is solid throughout, without chambers or internal voids. The cuts on its top surface remain its only features, and their perfection continues to puzzle engineers. Even with modern tools, replicating the same smoothness would require care to avoid microfractures. That level of craftsmanship suggests not haste, but devotion, a slow, deliberate process extending beyond any practical need. The site around the rock ship has changed little. The hillside remains quiet, surrounded by cedar and bamboo. Birds nest in its crevices, wildflowers grow at its base. Tourists visit, take photographs, and leave. The stone does not explain itself. It simply remains, unaffected by interpretation. Perhaps that permanence is its truest meaning. One could imagine, centuries from now, all human structures gone, yet the rock ship still standing, as it has for untold ages. Rain will wear its edges smoother, moss will deepen its color, but the shape will persist. Its level top will still face the same sky. Its twin holes still hold the same shadows. In that sense, the monument already fulfills the dream of every builder, to create something that outlasts its maker. The Japanese concept of mono no aware, the bittersweet awareness of impermanence, applies beautifully here. The rock ship embodies the opposite, the longing for permanence within impermanence. It sits amid the transience of seasons, unmoving while cherry blossoms bloom and fall, while snow covers and retreats. It neither resists nor decays. It endures by belonging entirely to the land that formed it. For all the theories and measurements, perhaps the most meaningful way to understand the rock ship is simply to stand before it and watch the light move across its surface. Morning sun, afternoon haze, the long shadows of evening. Each hour reshapes its expression. The stone is never the same, yet always itself. It invites reflection not on who built it, but why we feel compelled to ask. Humanity's greatest monuments are mirrors. They reveal our need to leave a mark upon a world that will forget our names. When twilight descends on Masuda, the landscape dims into deep blue. The rock ship grows darker until it merges with the hillside, only its sharp edges catching the last traces of light. For a few moments before full night, the two square holes glow faintly from reflected sky, twin windows opening into nothing. Then they fade, and the monolith becomes part of the mountain again, immense, silent, and inscrutable. No one knows what it was meant to be, an unfinished tomb, an observatory, a shrine, or something entirely beyond our categories. But its very refusal to fit those definitions may be the point. The rock ship reminds us that mystery itself can be sacred, that not every question demands an answer. It stands as a meeting place between known and unknown, between human intention and the vast indifference of stone. As dawn approaches once more, mist gathers over the hills. The first light catches the granite, bringing back its soft grey sheen. Birds begin to call, and the village awakens below. The rock ship does not move, yet its presence seems to breathe life into the landscape around it. Its edges glow faintly gold, as if the mountain itself is remembering something. An old purpose, half forgotten, still waiting to be understood. Whatever that purpose was, it continues to draw people from across the world, pilgrims of curiosity, seekers of wonder. They climb the hill, touch the cool stone, and feel the same question echo quietly through them. How could hands so ancient leave behind something that feels so modern, so precise, so deliberate? Perhaps the answer lies not in the past, but in the impulse that binds all builders. The desire to shape meaning from what will outlast us. The rock ship of Masuda is that impulse made visible. a single moment of human intention captured forever in stone, reaching across centuries to remind us that creation itself is a form of faith. At the edge of the Moroccan countryside stands a ring of towering stones that has defied every attempt at explanation. Locals call it Msoura, a place where legend, archaeology, and mystery converge. From above, it looks like an enormous wheel laid upon the land, 167 upright stones forming a near-perfect circle around a raised mound at the center. Each stone is shaped differently, some sharp like blades, others rounded like pillars, but all face inward toward that central rise. Together, they create the largest megalithic monument in all of Africa, a structure older than empires, built by hands whose names have vanished completely. The journey to Msoura begins on a narrow road that winds through farmland south of Asila. The air grows heavy with the smell of wheat and wild herbs. Then, without warning, the road dips and the horizon opens, and there it is. The stones rise from the soil like sentinels, each between 2 and 5 meters tall, their surfaces darkened by lichen and rain. The circle measures nearly 60 meters across, enclosing a mound that rises about 6 meters high. From a distance, it looks natural, a low hill ringed by boulders. But as you walk closer, the precision becomes undeniable. The stones are evenly spaced, deliberately chosen, their placement careful rather than random. The monument's scale alone sets it apart from anything else in North Africa. Yet what truly unsettles archaeologists is its isolation. Msoura has no direct connection to the great stone circles of Europe, nor to the known burial traditions of North Africa's Bronze Age cultures. It sits alone on its plateau, a singular statement of purpose, without ancestry or descendants. Excavations have yielded pottery shards and bones, but none that clearly tie the site to any specific civilization. Its builders remain unidentified, its date uncertain. Estimates range from 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, older than the pyramids of Egypt, yet younger than Stonehenge. What purpose did it serve? The most visible clue lies at its center, a large earthen tumulus covered in smaller stones. Early explorers assumed it was a burial mound, perhaps the tomb of a great king. In the 19th century, French archaeologists excavated a portion of it, uncovering fragments of pottery and animal bones, but no human remains. Later surveys in the 20th century confirmed that the mound was indeed artificial, built in layers of stone and soil, yet no chamber or sarcophagus was found. The absence of a burial has deepened rather than solved the mystery. If not a tomb, then what was Msoura? Local legend provides its own explanation. Villagers speak of a giant named Antaeus, a son of Poseidon who ruled this land in mythic times. According to Greek stories, Heracles, known in the Latin world as Hercules, encountered Antaeus while traveling through Libya. Antaeus drew his strength from contact with the earth. Whenever he touched the ground, his power renewed. To defeat him, Heracles lifted him into the air and crushed him in his arms. The legend claims Msoura is the giant's tomb, the circle of stones marking the place where his body was buried. The tallest monolith, standing over 5 meters high, is called the Stone of Heracles. It's a story that feels out of place on African soil, yet it may hold a faint echo of truth. Ancient Greek and Carthaginian traders sailed along the Atlantic coast of Morocco, and their myths often merged with local traditions. The idea of a fallen giant buried in a ring of stones might have been the Mediterranean interpretation of an older indigenous belief, one that saw Msoura as a sacred place of contact between earth and sky. The placement of the monument reinforces that idea. Msoura sits at a natural vantage point overlooking the surrounding plains. To the west, the ocean is visible on clear days. To the east, low hills rise in gentle waves. When the sun sets, its light moves through the circle in a way that feels intentional. Certain stones cast long shadows that align precisely with others across the ring, forming intersecting lines as the day ends. At midsummer, the sun sets directly behind the largest stone on the northwest edge, a phenomenon that may have marked a seasonal calendar or ceremonial event. If Msoura served as an observatory, it would join a global tradition of megalithic sites aligned to celestial cycles. The ancient builders may have used the ring to track solstices, equinoxes, or lunar patterns, ritual times when the boundary between worlds felt thin. Yet the monument's scale suggests something more than astronomy. The experience of standing inside it, surrounded by stones taller than a person, each weathered yet unmoving, creates a sense of enclosure, like entering a cathedral made not by hands, but by will. Archaeological excavations in the mid-20th century revealed that the circle was not built all at once. Beneath the current mound, earlier layers of construction hint at multiple phases, perhaps spanning generations. Some stones show signs of having been repositioned, their bases packed with smaller rocks to stabilize them. This suggests a living monument, one that evolved over time. Each generation may have added or reoriented stones according to changing beliefs, keeping the structure alive through renewal rather than replacement. The stones themselves were sourced from nearby quarries, but moving them would have required tremendous effort. Many weigh several tons and would have had to be dragged uphill over uneven terrain. No evidence of ramps or tools has survived, meaning the builders relied on simple methods, rollers, ropes, and manpower, guided by knowledge of balance and weight that modern engineers still admire. That knowledge may have been ritual as much as practical. In ancient cosmologies, moving great stones was an act of communion with the Earth's power, an exchange between humans and the living planet. When you stand at the circle's center, the landscape feels perfectly framed. Each stone creates its own rhythm, alternating heights and angles that seem to pulse around you. Some researchers describe this as an acoustic design. The spacing may have amplified sound during ceremonies. If chants or drums were performed here, their echoes would have spiraled around the ring, merging into a single vibration. The mound at the center could have served as a platform for priests, shamans, or rulers to address those gathered in the circle's embrace. Others see Msoura as a symbol of union between opposites. The circular form, representing the eternal, encircles the mound, a shape associated with fertility, rebirth, and the womb of the earth. To ancient people, the earth was not inert soil, but a mother spirit, giver of crops and life. Msoura may have been her temple, a place where rituals of renewal were performed to ensure harmony between humans and nature. Offerings found in the surrounding area, fragments of pottery, charred bones, and ash, suggest repeated gatherings, perhaps seasonal festivals marking planting and harvest. The site's design also invites comparison with the megalithic traditions of Western Europe. The circular arrangement recalls Stonehenge and the stone rings of Brittany, both thousands of kilometers away. Could there have been cultural contact between early builders on opposite sides of the Mediterranean? Some archaeologists have proposed a prehistoric maritime network linking the Atlantic coasts of Africa and Europe, spreading not just trade, but ideas, an early exchange of knowledge that transcended geography. If true, Msoura may represent the southernmost expression of a shared tradition that stretched from the British Isles to the Sahara. Yet the evidence remains inconclusive. Radiocarbon dating of organic material near the site suggests occupation around 2500 BC, roughly contemporary with European megaliths, but no definitive link exists. The absence of writing or distinctive artifacts makes it impossible to trace cultural lineage. Msoura stands as both familiar and foreign, a cousin to the world's great stone circles, yet undeniably its own creation. Over centuries, the monument became woven into the spiritual fabric of local life. During Islamic times, when ancient rituals were reinterpreted through new faith, Msoura remained a place of quiet reverence. Travelers left small stones at its base for protection. Some believed walking around the circle could bring good fortune or healing. Others avoided it altogether, fearing its power. Even today, villagers nearby speak of it with respect. They say the stones are alive, that they grow slightly taller each century, pushing upward as if reaching for the sky. In recent years, Msoura has drawn increasing attention from researchers, yet it remains largely untouched by tourism. The Moroccan government protects it as a national heritage site, but its remote location keeps it tranquil. Those who visit often find themselves alone with the stones, surrounded only by wind and birds. The air feels charged but not oppressive, a calm that invites reflection. It is easy to forget time there. Hours pass unnoticed as the sun moves across the circle, the light changing the stone's colors from ochre to bronze to gray. What makes Msoura unique among ancient sites is its combination of monumentality and humility. Unlike the pyramids or ziggurats, it was not built to dominate the horizon, but to blend with it. Its stones rise just high enough to frame the sky without blocking it, their tops aligning with the natural curve of the surrounding hills. From a distance, the site seems to breathe with the landscape, a pattern of stone matching the rhythm of the earth. Some researchers see this as evidence of an early ecological consciousness. The builders may have sought not to impose order on nature, but to harmonize with it. The circle becomes a dialogue, human intention meeting geological form. In that sense, Msoura embodies a philosophy both ancient and modern, the idea that sacredness arises not from construction, but from connection. At sunset, the monument transforms. The stones catch the fading light, their shadows stretching across the ground like spokes of a wheel. Birds roost on their tops, and the sound of the wind deepens into a low hum. Standing within the circle, you can feel how the place must have captivated those who built it. Every element, the alignment, the proportions, the balance of stone and air, creates a quiet symmetry that feels both deliberate and beyond reason. Night brings another revelation. The sky above Msoura is vast and clear, free from city lights. The stars form perfect arcs over the circle, moving slowly through the hours. Some alignments between stones seem to trace constellations: the Pleiades, Orion's belt, the curve of Ursa Major. Whether coincidence or design, the effect is mesmerizing. You begin to understand why ancient people saw the heavens as mirrors of the earth. In that darkness, surrounded by granite pillars older than any written word, the boundary between myth and truth dissolves. Modern technology has added new layers to the mystery. Drone surveys and 3D scans reveal geometric precision invisible from the ground. The circle's diameter varies by less than a meter, a level of accuracy suggesting sophisticated planning. Subsurface imaging hints at buried structures radiating outward from the mound, possibly older foundations or earlier phases of construction. Each discovery raises new questions. Was Msoura part of a larger complex now lost? Did its builders belong to a culture erased by time or absorbed into later civilizations? Despite centuries of speculation, Msoura refuses to yield a definitive answer. It remains a dialogue between archaeology and legend, each illuminating the other without resolving the whole. For scientists, it is a puzzle of engineering and chronology. For local communities, it is a sacred inheritance. For travelers, it is an encounter with something that feels both human and otherworldly. One can imagine the ancient ceremony that might have taken place here. Torches burning as night falls, drums beating softly, voices rising in rhythm with the wind. Perhaps they sang to the stars, calling for rain or blessing the harvest. Perhaps they stood in silence, watching the sun align with the great stone of the west, marking the turning of seasons. Whatever they did, they left behind not words or symbols, but presence, a language of geometry that still speaks when all else is gone. When dawn comes again to Msoura, the stones reappear from the mist, one by one. The first rays touch their eastern edges, turning grey granite into bands of gold. The mound casts a long shadow that sweeps slowly across the circle, tracing the same path it has followed for millennia. Nothing moves except the light, yet the whole site feels alive, participating in the day's awakening. Perhaps that is the true meaning of Msoura. It is not a monument to power or death, but to alignment, to the fragile balance between human will and the greater order of the world. It shows that even 5,000 years ago, people sought to connect their brief lives to something enduring, to carve pattern into time. They built circles not to trap meaning, but to let it flow. The mystery of Msoura will likely never be solved completely. Its builders remain silent, their intentions scattered like the seeds of the wind that still crosses those Moroccan plains. Yet their work continues to speak. A reminder that the oldest questions are often the most beautiful precisely because they have no final answer. As the sun climbs higher and the air warms, the circle fades into the brightness of day. The stones stand as they always have, patient, immovable, waiting for the next traveler to ask the same questions the ancients once did. Somewhere between the earth's hum and the turning of the sky, the truth of Msoura lingers, vast, quiet, and eternal. In the forests where western Cameroon meets southeastern Nigeria, the trees part to reveal shapes that seem both human and inhuman. Stone figures rising from the earth, faces carved with wide eyes, intricate patterns cut deep into volcanic rock. Some stand alone, others in groups, half buried in red soil and tangled vines. Rain falls softly over them, and water gathers in the grooves of their faces, making them glisten as though alive. These are the Akwanshi Monoliths, also known as Atal, or People of Stone. Their bodies are covered with symbols no one can read, their creators unnamed, their purpose still unknown. To stumble upon one in the forest feels like meeting an ancestor who has been waiting for millennia. Each figure stands between 1 and 2 meters high, carved from basalt or limestone, smoothed and rounded in places, rough in others. Some bear markings that look like necklaces, scarification, or weapons. Others show nothing but faint outlines where time has worn away their details. They vary in expression, some solemn, some smiling faintly, some with hollowed eyes gazing upward toward the canopy. All face east, toward the rising sun, as though greeting each new day with the same quiet endurance. When the first European explorers entered these forests in the 19th century, they found hundreds of the stones scattered across clearings, riverbanks, and hillsides. Local villagers treated them with reverence, leaving offerings of food or palm wine, but few claimed to know who had made them. Some said the stones had always been there, older than memory itself. Others spoke of ancient giants who carved them before vanishing underground. The word Akwanshi comes from the Ejegum language and means dead person in the ground, hinting at a funerary link. Yet no written record or oral history explains how, when, or why these sculptures were created. Archaeologists later documented more than 300 such monoliths across the Cross River region, stretching from the grasslands of Cameroon to the dense jungles of Nigeria. The largest concentrations cluster near ancient trade routes, suggesting that whoever built them lived in a connected, organized society. Some sites contain dozens of figures arranged in circles, their positions too deliberate to be random. Others appear along riverbanks, where water still laps at their bases during the rainy season. Each location feels chosen, as if the stones were meant to stand between worlds, earth and water, life and death, human and divine. The age of the monoliths remains uncertain. Radiocarbon dating of nearby materials suggests they were carved between 1000 AD and the 18th century, though some may be far older. What complicates matters is the region's continuous habitation. Newer communities often reused ancient sites, performing their own rituals among the older stones. Over time, layers of meaning built upon one another, blurring the line between origin and inheritance. To the people who live near them today, the Ajagam, the Banyang, the Nsibidi-speaking groups, the Akwanshi are more than relics. They are guardians. Some families trace their lineage to specific stones, believing that each one holds the spirit of a founder or ancestor. Before planting season, elders still pour libations over the figures, asking for good harvests and protection. In some villages, young initiates of secret societies are brought before the stones as part of their rites of passage. The carvings are not objects to be studied, but living presences, their power woven into the rhythm of daily life. When researchers from the British Museum and Nigerian Antiquities Service began formal excavations in the 20th century, they noticed something extraordinary. Though the stones vary in style, their iconography follows consistent patterns. Many display concentric circles around the eyes and mouth, a design resembling scarification marks still used in West African cultures today. Others have intricate geometric motifs carved across the torso, lines, spirals, and triangles, whose meanings remain elusive. Some scholars connect these designs to the ancient Nsibidi script, a pre-colonial system of symbols used for secret communication among initiates. If true, It would link the monoliths to one of the oldest known writing traditions in sub-Saharan Africa. Yet there are differences too profound to ignore. Unlike the small wooden or terracotta figures common in later African art, the Akwanshi are monumental and fixed. They were not household idols or portable effigies, but landscape sculptures meant to stand exposed for centuries. Their sheer permanence implies a civilization that viewed time differently, less as a line, more as a cycle, where the living, the dead, and the unborn coexist in one continuum. Some monoliths depict pairs of figures merging into one another, suggesting duality or unity between human and spirit. Others have animal features, horns, beaks, or tails, blurring the boundary between species. One particularly striking example near the village of Alok shows a figure holding what appears to be a drum or vessel carved into its torso. Its surface is worn smooth by centuries of rain, but faint incisions hint at inscriptions once visible. Locals say the drum represents communication with the gods. When the wind passes through the forest, they believe the sound is the stone speaking. The material choice of volcanic rock adds another layer of mystery. The quarries where these stones originated lie kilometers away from many of the sites, across rivers and dense terrain. Moving them would have required coordinated labor and knowledge of transport techniques now lost. The fact that they were carved from such durable material, stone that resists both weather and fire, suggests the builders intended them to last forever. In regions prone to tropical decay, these figures alone have survived. For archaeologists, the Akwanshi offer rare evidence of early monumental art in Central Africa, but interpretation remains difficult. Unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, the societies that produced these stones left no temples, no inscriptions, no written chronicles. What survives is expression in its purest form, stone shaped into human likeness without explanation. That absence of context invites endless speculation. Were they grave markers, boundary stones, or idols of a forgotten religion? Did they represent deified ancestors or mythic heroes? Every answer opens new questions. The stylistic consistency across wide distances suggests shared culture rather than coincidence. Yet no empire or kingdom recorded in African history matches their distribution. This implies either a network of small, interconnected communities with common beliefs, or an earlier civilization whose influence later fragmented. The latter idea fascinates researchers because it challenges assumptions about African prehistory. It hints at a level of organization, artistry, and spiritual complexity not yet fully documented. When anthropologists interviewed local elders in the 20th century, many insisted the stones came from the earth. Some said they grew naturally, emerging from the ground like trees after rain. This belief may not be literal. It expresses the idea that the stones belong to the land itself, not to any one people. The builders may have seen themselves as uncovering forms already hidden within the rock, releasing ancestral spirits trapped inside. Carving, then, was not creation, but revelation. That worldview aligns with broader African cosmologies in which stone holds life force. Across the continent, rocks are understood to be inhabited by spirits or energies older than humanity. To carve such stone is to enter into dialogue with that power. The Akwanshi, viewed through this lens, are participants in a living system of exchange between human will and the vitality of the earth. Each carved face is a signature of that relationship. The environment around the monoliths heightens their mystery. In the cross-river forests, morning mists drift low through the trees, and the sound of water flows constantly from unseen streams. The stones appear and vanish between patches of fog, their surfaces slick with moss. Sunlight filters through in golden shafts, illuminating their eyes for brief moments before they fade again into shadow. It is easy to understand why local people still speak of them with awe. The forest seems to protect them, preserving their silence as a form of respect. In recent decades, archaeologists have attempted to map the sites systematically. Drones and satellite imaging reveal patterns invisible from the ground, alignments between stone groups and nearby rivers, or spatial relationships following solar orientation. Many of the circles align east to west, matching the sun's path. Others seem to form invisible pathways linking one cluster to another, suggesting processional routes or pilgrimage trails. These findings hint at a sophisticated understanding of geography and celestial motion long before colonial contact. Despite growing interest, much of the research remains underfunded. The remoteness of the region, combined with heavy rainfall and dense vegetation, makes excavations slow. Many sites are still undocumented, hidden beneath roots and soil. Others have been displaced by development or looting. A few Akwanshi monoliths have found their way into private collections abroad, separated from the land that gave them meaning. Conservationists now work with local communities to protect what remains, emphasizing that these stones are not just archaeological artifacts, but cultural ancestors. Perhaps the most haunting quality of the Akwanshi is their expression. Unlike European or Asian statues that idealize or dramatize, these faces are calm, symmetrical, and inward-looking. They convey presence rather than narrative. When you stand before one, it does not tell a story, it watches. The sensation is not of looking at art, but of being observed by something older than art itself. Some visitors describe feeling a vibration when touching the stones, a faint hum that seems to come from within the rock. Scientists attribute it to trapped moisture or temperature difference, but for locals, it is the heartbeat of the ancestors. The stones are said to awaken briefly at dawn, drawing strength from the first light. Whether myth or physics, the idea resonates. These monoliths, silent for centuries, still participate in the daily rhythm of the earth. In certain villages, oral historians recall a time when the stones were fed. Offerings of oil, grain, or animal blood were poured over them to renew their power. When colonial authorities discouraged such practices in the early 20th century, the rituals ceased, but the respect remained. Even today, no one cuts trees near the stones without asking permission, and hunters avoid sleeping in their presence. The taboo is both cultural and ecological, a system that has incidentally preserved the forest itself. For some researchers, the Akwanshi challenge Western definitions of civilization. They show that a society can create profound art without cities, writing, or kings. Their creators left no monuments of conquest, no palaces or roads, only these patient figures gazing through time. In that restraint lies their power. The Akwanshi are evidence of a people whose greatest architecture was spiritual, whose permanence was carved not in empire but in stone. At sunset, when the forest glows orange and gold, the monoliths seem to shift color. The carvings deepen, their contours catching the low light. Birds settle on their heads, the air hums with insects. In that moment, it becomes clear why the Akwanshi were carved to face east, so that each dawn could touch them, and each dusk could remind them of its return. They are instruments of continuity, keeping the rhythm of time alive in the heart of the forest. Some scholars propose that the decline of the Akwanshi culture coincided with changes in trade and climate around the 15th century. Droughts may have forced migrations, scattering the communities that once maintained the sites. Others suggest conflict or disease disrupted their traditions. Yet the stones survived, weathering every storm, every empire that came after. They remain silent ambassadors from a world that refused to vanish completely. Modern technology may one day uncover more. Ground-penetrating radar could reveal buried monoliths or associated structures, perhaps altars, hearths, or dwellings. Comparative studies with other African megalithic traditions might trace connections lost to time. But even as science advances, the essence of the mystery will likely remain. The Akwanshi were never meant to explain themselves. Their power lies precisely in that silence. Night in the forest brings a transformation. Fireflies drift through the air like slow-moving stars. The carved eyes of the stones catch their light, flickering faintly before darkness takes over. The forest becomes vast and hushed, and the monoliths seem to sink deeper into the ground, merging again with the world that birthed them. To stand among them, then, is to feel the closeness of time, to realize that the same night sky they watched 1,000 years ago still turns above. Perhaps the Akwanshi were never meant as monuments at all, but as companions, anchors of presence reminding each generation that life continues in cycles, not lines. In their faces we find not answers but reflections of ourselves, simplified and eternal. The mystery of their origin matters less than the truth of their endurance. That something carved by human hands can outlast the hand that carved it, the culture that revered it, even the language that named it. When dawn finally returns, mist gathers low on the ground. Sunlight breaks through the canopy, touching the monoliths one by one. Their surfaces gleam faintly as the forest stirs awake. The carvings catch the light like scars on living skin. Each figure stands exactly where it has for centuries, watching, waiting, existing without explanation. Whatever civilization shaped them, its voice has long faded, yet through these stones, its breath remains. The Akwanshi Monoliths continue to bear witness to a time before history, their faces turned toward the same rising sun, greeting each new day with quiet endurance that outlasts all empires. The jungle hides a secret written not in words, nor walls, but in perfect curves of stone. Scattered across the Diquís delta are hundreds of spheres, massive, smooth, and impossibly round. They rest in the grass, in the forest, and in the courtyards of towns that grew up long after their makers disappeared. Some are the size of a fist, others are as wide as a car. The largest weigh more than 15 tons. Yet despite their number, precision, and permanence, no one can say exactly who carved them, when they were made, or why. The first outsiders to see them stumbled upon the shapes by accident in the 1930s. The United Fruit Company had begun clearing land for banana plantations, pushing deep into the delta's tangled vegetation. As workers burned brush and dug irrigation trenches, the earth began revealing smooth grey domes. They thought the stones might contain gold and tried to split them with dynamite. What they found instead was stone through and through. No hollow, no treasure, only perfect roundness. The explosions that cracked them also sparked curiosity. Archaeologists soon arrived to investigate, and what they uncovered was stranger than anything they had imagined. The spheres appeared in clusters, sometimes aligned in rows or geometric patterns. A few formed triangles that pointed toward the mountains. Others followed straight lines stretching for dozens of meters. Their arrangement seemed deliberate, yet without a consistent plan. Some stood alone in open fields, others grouped near ancient mounds or buried foundations. Each was carved from a hard, igneous rock called gabbro, a material notoriously difficult to shape. Modern sculptors would struggle to reproduce them even with steel tools. But the people who made these lived centuries before metalworking reached Central America. The precision is startling. Many of the largest spheres deviate from a perfect circle by less than a few millimeters. The symmetry holds from every angle, as though measured by unseen hands that understood geometry as instinct. Yet no measuring instruments, molds, or blueprints have ever been found. The tools themselves, if they existed, have vanished. The carvers may have used smaller stones, sand, and water to grind the surface slowly, over weeks or months, until each shape reached flawless balance. Such patience suggests not mere craft, but devotion, a work carried out for reasons more spiritual than practical. When the first surveys mapped the spheres, they counted nearly 300 across the Diquís region. Many more have since been discovered, hidden under riverbeds or covered by vegetation. The true number is unknown. Some have been moved, placed before government buildings, schools, or homes as symbols of national pride. Others lie broken where bulldozers struck them decades ago. Those that remain in their original context hint at something greater, a landscape of meaning now eroded by time. Archaeologists have tied the stones to the extinct Diquís culture, which flourished between 500 and 1500 AD. This society built complex settlements with paved walkways, plazas, and artificial mounds, suggesting organized leadership and specialized labor. Yet the Diquís left no writing, no inscriptions, no carvings of their own likeness. Only these spheres remain. It is as if their entire worldview condensed into geometry, an attempt to express harmony and order through shape alone. Local legends long before archaeology offered explanations. Some elders said the spheres were thunderstones hurled down by the gods to mark sacred ground. Others claimed they contained hidden power. To move them carelessly would bring storms or sickness. Children were told that the stones sang at night when the rain fell a certain way. Each myth tried to give voice to something that felt more than human about the spheres, their patience, their perfection, their silence among the trees. Yet even myths have boundaries. The practical question persisted. How did ancient craftsmen create such perfection with no metal tools? Tests show that gabbro can be softened slightly by heat, but heating and cooling massive boulders uniformly without cracking them would require extraordinary control. Some researchers propose that the stones were roughly shaped using hammerstones, then polished with sand and clay. Others believe river pebbles were used as abrasives, rubbed against the surface day after day until roundness emerged. Whatever the method, it required generations of labor, precision, and perhaps ritual. What the stones meant may never be known with certainty. Some alignments suggest astronomical intent. A few rows appear oriented towards solstice sunrise points, while others trace lunar cycles. If the Diquís used the spheres as markers, they could have formed a vast calendar tracking celestial motion. But equally persuasive is the idea that they were symbols of power. The largest spheres often occupy the centers of former villages, near platforms that may have held homes of chiefs or priests. To carve and transport something so massive would have declared control over both nature and manpower. Transportation itself poses another puzzle. The stones were quarried from hills many kilometers away from where they were found. Moving them would have required dragging or rolling across uneven terrain, possibly on wooden rollers or rafts. Experimental archaeologists have managed to move smaller replicas with ropes and logs, proving it possible, but barely. The effort implies not mere function, but ceremony. The act of moving the stone may have been as significant as its final placement, a procession of labor and reverence combined. As centuries passed, the civilization that made the spheres faded. By the time Spanish explorers reached Costa Rica in the 16th century, the people who might have explained them were gone or dispersed. The jungle reclaimed their villages, covering everything in roots and vines. Only the spheres resisted decay. When rediscovered, they seemed untouched by time, as if waiting for the world to notice again. In the decades following their discovery, myths flourished anew. Some claimed they were remnants of Atlantis. Others said they were navigation markers for extraterrestrial visitors. A few fringe theorists pointed to their near-perfect geometry as proof of advanced technology lost to history. While such ideas belong more to fantasy than science, they reflect a simple truth. The spheres provoke wonder that defies easy dismissal. Their perfection feels intentional in a way that transcends ordinary craftsmanship. Scientific studies have since mapped their composition and distribution in great detail. Most are made of gabbro, but a smaller number are carved from limestone and sandstone. Sizes range from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter. Many have flattened bases, suggesting they were meant to rest firmly rather than roll. Others were found stacked, one atop another, as though once part of architectural or ritual arrangements now collapsed. Excavations around them revealed pottery fragments, tools, and traces of fire pits, hinting at communal gatherings. Some spheres were found near burial mounds, reinforcing their possible connection to death or ancestors. In many cultures, the circle symbolizes eternity and unity, the continuity between life and afterlife. To the Diquís, shaping the world's most perfect circle from unyielding stone may have been an offering to cosmic balance, a statement that their world was in harmony with celestial order. In the 1950s, aerial photographs revealed patterns among certain sphere clusters that mirrored constellations. Whether coincidence or intention, the idea that they reflected the heavens gained traction. Similar alignments have been observed at megalithic sites around the world, from Stonehenge to the Nabta Playa stones in Egypt. Such parallels tempt comparison, suggesting that ancient builders, separated by oceans and millennia, shared a universal fascination with the sky and its rhythms. The Costa Rican spheres, however, differ in tone from those sites. They express minimalism, a purity of form stripped of monumentality. No towering walls or intricate carvings accompany them, only roundness, endlessly repeated. Their beauty lies in restraint, in the quiet perfection of repetition. Perhaps the builders sought not to impress but to meditate, to participate in creation's geometry by mimicking the planets themselves. When UNESCO recognized the Diquís spheres as a World Heritage Site in 2014, it described them as an exceptional testimony to the social, economic, and political systems of the pre-Columbian societies of southern Costa Rica. Yet even with official protection, the deeper mystery remains untouched. The stones still refuse to tell their story. To walk among them today is to enter a dialogue without words. The air hums with insects, and the heat presses down. Each sphere casts a perfect curve of shadow, moving slowly as the sun travels overhead. Rain collects in shallow depressions, glimmering briefly before evaporating. The jungle never stops reclaiming the edges. Roots curl around the bases, leaves fall and decay. Life continues its slow cycle. But the spheres remain unchanged, precise, centered, unbothered by centuries. Villagers nearby often treat them as protectors. Children play beside them, elders sit in their shade. During certain festivals, offerings of flowers are still placed at their feet. Though stripped of original meaning, they continue to inspire reverence, a sign that mystery itself can be sacred. Some researchers argue that the sphere's perfection represents an ideal rather than a record. The act of shaping chaos into order, rough stone into symmetry, mirrors the human search for understanding. To create a perfect sphere without machines was to declare mastery over nature's unpredictability, to impose balance where none existed. Whether as art, science, or devotion, the result remains timeless. Recent studies using 3D laser scanning confirm what early archaeologists suspected. Many of the largest spheres are almost mathematically perfect. Deviations from ideal roundness are less than 2 millimeters over their entire circumference, a precision difficult even for modern equipment. This level of accuracy implies not accident but intention. The builders must have measured progress constantly, perhaps rolling the stones across flat surfaces, adjusting by feel rather than calculation. To imagine hands patiently refining that curve for days, weeks, years, is to glimpse a mindset of extraordinary patience. The surrounding landscape offers subtle context. The Diquís Delta was once a network of rivers and wetlands, fertile yet treacherous. Communities thrived by controlling water through canals and embankments. The spheres may have symbolized stability amid fluidity, the eternal amid the shifting. Their roundness echoes the cycles of flood and drought, day and night, birth and death. In their simplicity lies a complete philosophy. Tourists visiting today often describe a sense of calm among the stones. The air feels heavier, quieter, as if tuned to a different rhythm. Perhaps it is the symmetry that affects perception, the brain recognizing perfection and responding with peace. Or perhaps it is something deeper, a resonance between human consciousness and the shapes that define it. Every civilization, from Greece to India, revered the circle as sacred geometry. The Diquís, without temples or scripture, may have expressed the same truth wordlessly. In the nearby town of Palma-sur, several spheres stand outside the museum built to protect them. They gleam after rainfall, their surfaces mottled with moss and mineral stains. Children ride bicycles around them while elders rest nearby, watching the sunlight fade. The scene feels timeless, bridging past and present in a single frame. The same stones that marked ritual centuries ago now watch over ordinary life. At night, when the jungle cools and the moon rises, the spheres reflect faint light, their surfaces turning silver. Crickets call, and somewhere distant, water moves. The world around them changes, but their presence remains constant, a conversation between permanence and passing. One could almost believe the Diquís succeeded in their goal, to make time itself visible, held still within stone. The mystery of the spheres invites humility. Every attempt to explain them, scientific or mythic, reveals more about human curiosity than about the stones themselves. They ask nothing, yet they compel questions. Perhaps that is their true purpose, to remind us that knowledge is not always the end of wonder. If one stands among them at dawn, when fog rises from the river and light touches their curved surfaces for the first time, the effect is almost sacred. Each sphere glows faintly, as if lit from within. The air smells of wet earth and fruit. Birds begin their calls, and for a brief moment, the landscape seems perfectly balanced, round, whole, complete. Then the moment passes and the day begins. The Diquís spheres have no inscriptions, no hieroglyphs, no names attached to their creation. Yet in their silence, they speak the language of all ages. Proportion, patience, and purpose beyond comprehension. Whether tools of ceremony, markers of the heavens, or symbols of power, they continue to fulfill a deeper role as keepers of mystery itself. Centuries from now, when the jungle has shifted again and new generations walk those same plains, the spheres will still be waiting. Their surfaces will weather, their moss will change color, but their roundness will remain, unchanged, complete, eternal. They do not need to tell their story. They are the story. A field of stone stands motionless under the African sky. 19 pillars of dark basalt rise from the ochre soil, each tilted slightly toward the horizon as if reaching for something long gone. The sun bakes them by day, the wind smooths them by night. Around their bases, the ground holds the bones of the dead, beads of shell and copper ornaments buried thousands of years ago. To an untrained eye, the scene appears random, just another scatter of ancient markers in a land filled with forgotten ruins. Yet when measured, mapped and traced against the heavens, the stones reveal a design so deliberate that it unsettles the boundary between coincidence and knowledge. This is Namoratunga, a name given by the Turkana people of northern Kenya. The word means people of stone, a phrase that carries both myth and warning. Locals say these pillars were once dancers who defied a sacred rule, turned to rock mid-celebration for daring to move when they should have mourned. The story lingers because the stones seem alive in posture, frozen mid-step, their lean suggesting rhythm halted rather than never begun. But science, when it arrived in the 20th century, found a second kind of dance hidden among them, the movement of stars across the African sky, written in basalt. The first systematic record of Namoratunga came in the 1970s, when an archaeologist mapping burial mounds near Lake Turkana stumbled across the pillars. The graves were ancient, their contents typical of pastoral communities. Beads carved from ostrich shell, fragments of pottery, small copper trinkets traded from afar. Nothing unusual, until she noticed how the pillars around the graves seemed arranged in straight lines. Years later, another researcher took detailed measurements, marking each stone's angle, tilt, and position relative to the others. When those lines were extended toward the horizon, they matched the rising and setting points of constellations, Aldebaran, Pleiades, Orion, Sirius, just as they would have appeared roughly 3,000 years ago. That finding transformed Namoratunga from curiosity to mystery. It implied that whoever built it was not guessing at the sky's rhythm. They were charting it with mathematical precision. The builders knew the timing of celestial events and fixed them permanently into the earth, long before telescopes, metal tools, or recorded astronomy appeared in this part of Africa. The stones themselves are rough and heavy, each between 1 and 2 meters tall, carved from basalt, hauled from an ancient lava flow kilometers away. Basalt is dense, harder than steel to cut with primitive tools. To shape it, the builders would have needed patience bordering on devotion, chipping, smoothing, and balancing each piece until its weight and tilt aligned with invisible coordinates. None are decorative. They bear no faces, no inscriptions, no symbols of gods or kings. Their purpose lies purely in their placement. Some of the graves around them still hold human remains, curled in fetal position and oriented east to west. This direction mirrors the apparent path of the sun, a hint that cosmic cycles governed life and death alike. Perhaps those buried here were the astronomers themselves, interred within the machine they built to read the heavens. When modern astronomers recalculated the site's alignments, they noticed something even more striking. The stones matched the declinations of 7 specific stars used by pastoral Cushitic communities across East Africa to track seasons. Each star's rising marked a new phase of the calendar: rainfall, migration, harvest, ritual. The same system still survives today among the Borana people of Ethiopia, who keep a 12-month year based on stellar positions rather than lunar cycles. Namoratunga may be the physical ancestor of that living tradition. If so, the monument predates written history in this region by millennia, bridging oral memory and stone permanence. It would mean that long before pyramids or temples rose along the Nile, herders here were charting the cosmos with equal sophistication, guided only by the naked eye and endless patience. The site's isolation amplifies its mystery. Surrounding it is a plain of red dust, broken by thorn trees and the shimmer of heat. To the east, the low blue of Lake Turkana stretches toward Ethiopia. The land feels ancient and untouched, yet alive with invisible movement, winds curling, clouds forming, stars circling above each night. Visitors describe a stillness that presses inward, as though time itself moves differently inside the ring of stones. Every pillar casts a long shadow that crawls slowly around its base from dawn to dusk, marking the hours like the ticks of a cosmic clock. Archaeologists debate whether Namoratunga was the work of a single community or part of a broader network of observatories scattered across the Rift Valley. Similar, though smaller, stone alignments have been found to the south near Marsabit and to the north toward Ethiopia's highlands. These sites share a recurring motif: basalt pillars arranged around burial mounds, oriented towards specific celestial points. The repetition suggests shared knowledge, passed along ancient trade routes that linked herders and traders across thousands of kilometers. The builders likely lived during a transitional age between nomadism and settlement. They herded cattle and goats, crafted pottery, and traded with neighbors for metal and shell. To such a people, the stars were both calendar and compass. They dictated when to move herds, when to plant, when to prepare for floods. The sky was not distant or abstract, it was woven into survival itself. Building a monument like Namoratunga might have been their way of securing that relationship, freezing celestial order into stone so that generations could read it even when memory faded. Each pillar once had a precise purpose. Some pointed to where specific stars rose at dawn, others where they set after dusk. When a star disappeared below the horizon, it signaled a new season. By standing between two stones, one could sight along their edges to find the next marker of time. It was both practical and sacred, a fusion of measurement and ceremony that made astronomy indistinguishable from religion. Among the Turkana today, certain stories echo those ancient ideas. Elders speak of star fathers who taught people to read the heavens and earth mothers who taught them to plant by their guidance. Some rituals still begin only after particular stars appear, preserving fragments of that prehistoric calendar. Though the names have changed, the continuity of practice feels unmistakable. The physical craftsmanship of the site remains equally puzzling. Moving 19 basalt pillars, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, across uneven terrain would have required planning and coordination. The builders likely used wooden sleds dragged by rope, perhaps aided by wet clay to reduce friction. Once upright, each stone was packed with gravel and smaller rocks to hold its tilt at a precise angle. Some leaned deliberately, pointing toward the horizon rather than the sky above. That tilt may have been crucial for sighting stars low in the sky, visible only at certain times of year. When researchers excavated around the pillars, they found evidence of repeated use. Layers of charcoal and burnt bone suggest fires lit nearby, possibly during rituals timed to celestial events. Yet the site shows no sign of habitation, no homes, no tools, no storage pits. People came here for ceremony, not daily life. It was a place to measure, to mark, to remember. Over time, the desert reclaimed it. Winds buried parts of the graves, rains washed soil from the pillars' bases, and vegetation spread slowly through the gaps. By the time modern eyes rediscovered Namoratunga, its original precision had already blurred. Still, even eroded and incomplete, the geometry survives, lines that continue to match the stars more closely than chance allows. Critics have questioned the astronomical interpretation, suggesting that the alignments could be coincidence. After all, 19 stones can form many lines if one searches long enough. Yet when archaeologists tested this statistically, the pattern proved too consistent. Out of thousands of possible orientations, only those linked to known stars repeated across multiple pillars. It was design, not accident. Beyond science, the site holds deep cultural resonance. To the Turkana, it remains taboo to disturb the stones. Hunters passing nearby leave offerings of milk or grain. Travelers camp at a respectful distance. Even without understanding the monument's origin, people still feel its gravity. The landscape seems to remember its own sanctity, and human instinct responds accordingly. During the hottest months, mirages ripple across the horizon, and the pillars appear to shimmer like living forms. At sunset, their long silhouettes stretch across the desert floor, merging with the graves that surround them. Night brings transformation. The stars emerge one by one until the sky fills with more light than darkness. Then the purpose of the stones becomes clear. From a certain angle, the bright arc of Orion rises precisely over one pillar. Sirius aligns with another. The Pleiades hover above a third, exactly as ancient calculations predicted. It feels less like coincidence than choreography. For those who have studied other prehistoric observatories, Stonehenge in Britain, Nabta Playa in Egypt, Chanquillo in Peru, Namoratunga offers a quieter but equally profound statement. It is minimalism in its purest form. No walls, no altars, just 19 points fixed against infinity. Its power lies in restraint, in the confidence that meaning can exist without ornamentation. The deeper question is why such knowledge vanished. No written records followed, no successor civilization built upon the system. By the first millennium AD, the people of this region had moved on, their cosmology replaced or forgotten. Perhaps drought forced migration, perhaps new beliefs made the stones irrelevant. Whatever the reason, the monument remained, mute evidence that advanced understanding can arise anywhere and disappear just as easily. Modern scientists continue to revisit Namoratunga, using laser scanning and satellite mapping to refine measurements. Each new study reveals subtle order within apparent randomness. Some lines correspond not just to stars, but to lunar standstills, the points where the moon rises and sets at its northernmost and southernmost extremes, repeating every 18.5 years. If correct, this would place Namoratunga among the most sophisticated prehistoric observatories in the world, capable of tracking cycles longer than a human lifetime. To imagine that achievement is to picture generations of watchers camped beneath the same sky, passing knowledge from one elder to another. Each year they would note where the first bright stars appeared after dusk, comparing them to marks on the ground, adjusting their understanding as seasons shifted. Slowly, through patience and continuity, they transformed observation into architecture. Today, the site sits quiet but not abandoned. Archaeological fencing protects it from erosion, though goats still wander between the stones. Researchers visit during dry seasons, setting up instruments and tents that vanish with the rains. Tourists arrive occasionally, expecting spectacle, finding serenity instead. The monument offers no explanations, only alignment, stillness, and sky. At dusk, the air cools. Crickets begin their soft cadence. The basalt darkens to near black, absorbing the last heat of the day. When the first stars appear, they mirror the stone's arrangement almost perfectly, a reflection between heaven and earth. You begin to understand why locals called these people of stone. They face upward as if watching the sky they once measured, eternal observers of a cosmos that continues to turn exactly as it did thousands of years ago. Standing among them, you feel both small and included, an extension of the same curiosity that led hands to carve basalt and eyes to chart constellations. Namoratunga does not ask to be solved, it asks to be felt. The alignment between stone and star is less about calculation than continuity, a bridge connecting past intention with present awareness. Archaeologists often end their papers on the site with cautious language, phrases like possible alignments or probable ceremonial purpose. But those who have visited speak differently. They describe a sensation difficult to quantify, a sense that the monument still functions, still holds its place within the turning sky. Some say the stars seem brighter from within its circle, as if drawn downward toward their ancient markers. Science cannot confirm such impressions, yet it cannot erase them either. Namoratunga reminds us that knowledge need not always take written form. The builders used the earth as their canvas and the heavens as their text. Even after their language vanished, the dialogue between star and stone continued unbroken. In a sense, they achieved immortality, not through monuments to power, but through a geometry that still performs its purpose millennia later. As night deepens, the Milky Way arches overhead, its dense band reflected faintly in the lake far to the east. The wind subsides, leaving a vast stillness over the plain. The pillars stand unmoving, but their shadows shift subtly with the moon's slow rise. The graves nearby glint with occasional fragments of quartz, catching the faint light like scattered constellations of their own. You begin to sense that this landscape was designed not only to measure the heavens, but to mirror them, to make the earth itself a reflection of the night sky. When dawn finally comes, the transformation reverses. The stars fade, the basalt turns grey again, and the pillars lose their depth until they seem almost ordinary. Yet their precision remains, carved into angles that still match the motions of celestial bodies. The builders are gone, their language forgotten, but their question endures in the stones. How do you mark time that never ends? Namoratunga answers not with words, but with endurance. The 19 pillars continue to measure the unbroken rhythm between earth and sky, their alignments as true now as when they were first raised. To the living, they are relics. To the universe, they are instruments still performing their ancient song. The traveler who leaves the site at sunrise carries an image difficult to forget. Stone and star bound in quiet correspondence, both eternal, both human in their precision. The journey onward feels smaller after that, as if the horizon itself were part of the same grand equation written by hands long vanished. Namoratunga remains, neither ruin nor monument, but proof that understanding once reached this lonely plain. It waits patiently for the next observer to look up, to notice the familiar constellations, and to realize that even now, the stones are keeping time. At first glance, Asuka feels like any quiet corner of rural Japan. Terraced fields, low mists, and the steady rhythm of life unchanged for centuries. But scattered among the greenery are shapes that stop the eye, massive blocks of granite carved with impossible precision, resting not as ruins, but as enigmas. They bear no markings of faith, no inscriptions of kings, no remnants of buildings around them. Each one seems to have been made for a purpose that history has since erased. The villagers call them Ishi, stones. Yet the name conceals their weight and complexity. The most famous among them, Masuda no Iwafune, looks nothing like anything else in Japan's ancient landscape. It is a single granite block, nearly 11 meters long, cut into clean geometric lines, as if designed by an engineer rather than a sculptor. Its top is leveled so precisely that rain pools evenly before sliding off at right angles. 2 square holes pierce its surface, aligned with mathematical symmetry, deep enough to fit both arms to the shoulder. The corners are sharp, the edges straight, and the entire mass weighs more than 800 tons. No crane could move it. No known tool from its supposed era could have shaped it. Yet it stands, polished and deliberate, overlooking the valley of Asuka like a monument left for those who would come later to wonder. The first official survey of Masuda no Iwafune took place in the early years of the 20th century. Japanese archaeologists expected to find evidence of a kofun, one of the great keyhole-shaped burial mounds of the Yamato period. Instead, they found bare granite, no chamber, no burial, no human trace. The cuts in the rock were too angular for nature and too careful to be unfinished. But without artifacts to date it, the stone offered no clue. It simply existed, beyond context, beyond certainty. Some locals believe the name Iwafune, meaning rock ship, comes from an old legend. It tells of a celestial vessel that descended to Earth, leaving behind its hull turned to stone. The shape lends itself easily to that story. Flat-topped, bowed slightly at one end and oriented northwest, toward the distant sea. Whether the myth arose from the stone or the stone from the myth is impossible to know, but both have endured together, one explaining the other when history will not. A short walk away lies another formation, Sakafune Ishi, the stone of the sake boat. It rests lower in the valley, partially buried, its top carved with a network of channels, basins and grooves. Some run in straight lines, others form intersecting patterns, as though meant to guide flowing liquid from one point to another. Archaeologists once suggested it might have been used for winemaking or ceremonial libations, yet there are no signs of residue, no containers nearby, no altar. The grooves are too clean, too systematic, as if meant for measurement rather than ritual. Others have speculated about water calibration or astronomical observation. The stone's alignment toward the cardinal directions adds weight to those ideas. but its exact function remains unresolved. A third figure, Kame-ishi, or the turtle stone, crouches near a cluster of persimmon trees. It is smaller, rounder, shaped like the back of a reptile emerging from the ground. Local children climb it, unaware that scholars have debated its meaning for over a century. Some think it marks a boundary of ancient Asuka's territories. Others link it to stories of shape-shifting creatures who guarded treasures underground. Unlike the clean geometry of Masuda no Iwafune, Kame-ishi carries a softness to its form, a sculptural subtlety that suggests an artist's hand more than an engineer's. Taken together, the stones form a kind of dialogue, three works of impossible craftsmanship, each distinct, none fully explained. They have outlasted dynasties, wars, and centuries of reconstruction, yet no document, no chronicle, no ancient text even mentions their creation. The Japanese archives, famous for detail and continuity, fall silent when it comes to Asuka's stones. The granite used for them is local, quarried from the hills surrounding the valley. But the method of cutting remains a puzzle. The faces of the monoliths show no signs of primitive chiseling, no uneven grooves or percussion marks. Instead, the cuts are straight, polished, and precise, almost machined. Experiments with iron tools produce rougher results, leading some researchers to conclude that the carvers used techniques no longer known. It's possible that controlled heating and rapid cooling fractured the stone, allowing layers to be peeled away like wood shavings. Yet even that would not account for the uniformity of the lines. In the late 1970s, ground-penetrating radar was used around Masuda no Iwafune to search for underground chambers. None were found. The rock appears to sit directly atop the bedrock itself, carved from a single natural formation. It was not moved, it was shaped where it lies. This realization only deepened the enigma. The builders didn't drag an enormous stone into place, they sculpted the earth itself into an object of unknown function. One theory links the stones to Japan's earliest state formation, when the Yamato clan consolidated power in the region during the 5th and 6th centuries. Some suggest that the stones might represent failed attempts to build colossal tombs in the Egyptian style before the Kofun design became dominant. But this theory falters under scrutiny. Kofun tombs were made of earth, not granite, and followed completely different symbolism. Moreover, the Asuka stones show no cavities or chambers. They are solid to their core. Another idea points backward, beyond Yamato, to a prehistoric culture that left few traces except for isolated artifacts, stone tools, pottery fragments, and strange carvings along nearby riverbeds. Could these megaliths be remnants of that forgotten age, carried forward into a world that no longer understood their meaning? The possibility is unsettling, for it implies a level of engineering sophistication predating written Japanese history. Standing before Masuda no Iwafune, the mind drifts easily toward comparison. It feels closer in spirit to the megaliths of South America or the Cyclopean temples of the Mediterranean than to anything traditionally Japanese. Its crisp lines suggest design, but design toward what? Some researchers once floated astronomical explanations that the twin square holes atop the stone were used to track the movement of the stars or the position of the sun at solstice. Others propose that they anchored wooden beams, forming a device for surveying or water control. Yet there are no traces of supporting structures, no post holes, no signs of mechanical wear. The holes are clean, symmetrical, and empty, like sockets awaiting a purpose that never arrived. The region around Asuka is steeped in legend. Before it became the cradle of Imperial Japan, it was said to be a land of gods and spirits, a place where the divine descended and the human world began. Folklore describes stones that fell from heaven, rocks that sing in the rain, and doors that lead to the realm of the dead. The Asuka stones seem to fit all of these at once, blending myth and material reality until neither can be fully separated. Sakafune Ishi, with its interlocking grooves, sometimes fills with rainwater after storms. Locals say that when moonlight touches the pools, reflections form patterns like written script, a message only visible to those who know how to read it. Whether anyone has ever deciphered it is unknown. For most visitors, it's enough simply to see geometry and mystery share the same space. During excavations in the mid-20th century, pottery shards and small tools were discovered nearby, dating roughly to the 7th century. but none were found embedded in the stones themselves, meaning they could have been left by later inhabitants who repurposed the site. Without inscriptions, no direct link can be proven. The stones resist dating because granite holds no carbon. Time leaves no fingerprint on its surface. All that can be said with certainty is that they predate written history and yet display knowledge more advanced than the society that followed. Masuda no Iwafune attracts visitors year-round, archaeologists, spiritual seekers, tourists. They climb the slope, run their hands along the cold granite, and try to imagine the noise of its carving. Hammer against rock, the slow rhythm of labor that may have lasted decades. The grooves are deep enough to fit fingers, their edges smooth like glass. It is a tactile mystery. One does not merely see it, one feels it. Some Japanese researchers have noted an uncanny resemblance between Asuka's stones and megalithic formations found in Korea's Gyeongju region, which was once home to the ancient Silla kingdom. Trade and cultural exchange between the Korean peninsula and the Japanese islands were extensive during the proto-historic era. It's conceivable that techniques and perhaps ideas crossed the sea along with goods and people. But even this hypothesis cannot explain the Asuka stones entirely. The Silla structures were tombs and dolmens. The Asuka monoliths have no burial chambers, no funerary objects, no inscriptions. They appear to belong to an entirely different tradition, one that never left written proof of itself. As dusk settles over Asuka, the stones take on a strange clarity. The light catches their edges in fine gold, and for a brief moment they seem almost weightless. The air cools, cicadas fade, and the valley quiets around them. It's easy to imagine ancient artisans here, their fires burning as they worked late into the night, chipping, smoothing, measuring with methods long forgotten. What compelled them? Devotion, science, or something neither? One detail often overlooked is the precision of leveling. The top of Masuda no Iwafune is flat within millimeters, an accomplishment even with modern instruments. This degree of accuracy suggests the builders understood geometry, gravity, and visual balance at a level not credited to early Japanese society. Some researchers wonder whether the site once served as a kind of training ground for stonemasons, a place where technique was refined before being applied elsewhere. Yet if that were the case, why are there no half-finished works, no debris, no discarded fragments? Everything about the Asuka stones points to completion, to intention fully realized. The surrounding hills hold smaller carved stones, rectangular blocks, half-buried platforms, and shallow channels cut into bedrock. These fragments hint at a larger network of activity, perhaps once connected by pathways or rituals. But erosion and agriculture have erased the context, leaving only the most resilient pieces behind. Modern engineers have attempted digital modeling of the stones, scanning them in 3 dimensions to reconstruct their possible purposes. Some virtual simulations show that if poles or beams were inserted into the square holes of Masuda no Iwafune, they could form a primitive device for tracking the sun's shadow across seasons, an ancient solar observatory. Others suggest it might have served as a base for surveying early settlement boundaries, using the flat surface as a reference plane. Both explanations fit the physical evidence but not the deeper question: why devote such extraordinary effort to granite when wood or earth would have sufficed? The Asuka stones occupy a curious place in Japan's cultural memory. Unlike the torii gates of Shinto or the pagodas of Buddhism, they belong to neither faith. They predate organized religion in the archipelago, existing outside the known narrative of belief. In that sense, they are Japan's true prehistoric monuments, remnants of a people who understood the land differently, who expressed meaning through form rather than inscription. At night, the area grows still. The temperature drops, and the stones gleam faintly under starlight. Visitors describe hearing faint tones when wind passes through the cavities, low resonant vibrations that seem to hum through the granite. Scientists attribute it to natural acoustics, but locals still treat it with quiet respect. The stones are not feared exactly, but regarded as sentient, part of the valley's life, not separate from it. Offerings of rice or flowers sometimes appear at their base, left without ceremony, as though gratitude itself were enough. If Masuda no Iwafune were alone, it might be dismissed as an anomaly, but the repetition of other carved stones nearby suggests design rather than accident. The entire valley of Asuka may once have been a sacred precinct, a living diagram of knowledge that unified the spiritual, the astronomical, and the earthly. Time has erased the connecting lines, but the pieces that remain hint at a language of stone now lost. From a historical perspective, Asuka represents the bridge between Japan's prehistory and its first organized state. The imperial court that later ruled from Nara-built temples, palaces, and written laws, but none of that refinement appears here. The Asuka stones belong to an older consciousness, one that communicated in mass, proportion, and alignment rather than script. They stand as artifacts of thought itself, carved into matter too durable to decay. Perhaps that durability was the point. In a world before writing, the only way to ensure remembrance was through endurance. To carve meaning into granite was to guarantee it would outlast the tongue that spoke it. The builders may have trusted that future generations would rediscover it, interpret it, and continue the conversation. In that sense, the Asuka stones have succeeded. They have kept humanity asking, wondering, measuring. At sunrise, dew gathers along the grooves of Sakafune Ishi, tracing its channels with silver light. The basins fill quietly, and reflections ripple like veins across the surface. Each line catches the morning glow, becoming visible for just a few minutes before vanishing again. It's easy to believe those lines were meant for light, not liquid, a daily conversation between stone and sun. Masuda no Iwafune, too, greets the dawn. Its flat surface turns golden, the square holes darkening in contrast. The play of illumination changes every day, but the geometry never falters. It remains anchored, patient, waiting for a mind that sees as its builders once did. No inscription could have conveyed its meaning better than its form. The Asuka stones are their own language, concise, wordless, and precise beyond reason. Each one defies category, existing at the intersection of art, science, and faith. They remind us that mystery itself can be architecture, that purpose may survive even when explanation does not. Centuries from now, the stones will still stand, their edges softened by time but their form intact. The valley will continue to change, villages expanding, fields shifting, but these monoliths will remain, untouched, inexplicable, essential. Their builders are gone, their tools dissolved, their reasons erased, yet the Asuka Ishi stones continue to draw the living toward questions as old as civilization itself. How knowledge begins, how it is lost, and why some truths choose to be remembered only in silence. A sword is carved into the stone, its blade long and straight, its hilt simple, its purpose forgotten. Around it, dozens more rise from the grass, thin pillars of basalt reaching toward the sky. Some stand upright and proud, others lean as if weary from centuries of watching the earth change around them. Their surfaces are marked with strange symbols, circles, crosses, curved lines, and more swords, each engraved with deliberate care. Beneath them lie the dead, but their names, their origins, and the reason for this place have vanished. This is Tiya, a field of stone in the Ethiopian highlands, about 50 miles south of Addis Ababa. To reach it, the road climbs through plateaus and valleys, where the wind moves freely and the air grows cooler with altitude. The land is green in the rainy season, brown and brittle in the dry months, yet the stones remain constant. Dozens of them arranged in rows, some taller than a man, others no higher than a child's shoulder. They stand quietly among acacia trees, surrounded by farmland and the distant sound of cattle bells. Tiya does not immediately reveal its age. It has no inscriptions that mention kings or gods, no obvious markers of an empire or a faith. Yet archaeologists agree that it is ancient, older than many of the great civilizations that rose and fell along the Nile. The monoliths are believed to date between the 10th and 15th centuries, though some may be far older. Their placement corresponds with burial sites, graves lined with stone slabs, where human bones and grave goods have been found. Each stele marks not just a burial, but an identity encoded in symbols that no one now can read. The carvings themselves are what make Tiya exceptional. On several stelae, the sword motif appears again and again, sometimes single, sometimes in pairs, always upright. Some scholars interpret them as signs of warriors buried here, perhaps leaders or champions of local tribes. Others believe the swords represent protection for the dead, guardians between this world and the next. Still others suggest the design is not a weapon at all, but a symbol of authority or divine power. Whatever it means, the sword unites the stones, giving them a rhythm like a language without sound. When European researchers first visited Tiya in the 1930s, they found the stones largely forgotten by locals, absorbed into the landscape like trees or termite mounds. The villagers knew them, of course, but few regarded them as special. Ethiopia's history is long and layered, filled with monuments, churches, and ruins that reach back millennia. Tiya was simply another mystery among many. It was only when excavation began decades later that its importance came to light. Beneath the soil, archaeologists uncovered graves, sometimes single burials, sometimes groups, each associated with one or more standing stones. The skeletons were laid out with care, often extended, sometimes accompanied by tools, pottery, or ornaments. The artifacts suggested a community that valued craftsmanship and ceremony, yet nothing tied them to any known culture. The style of the swords and symbols bore no resemblance to those used by the Aksumite Empire to the north or by the Cushitic peoples nearby. Whoever built Tiya was distinct, their identity hidden by time yet hinted at through these enduring stones. The basalt from which the monoliths were carved comes from nearby hills. It is dense, dark, and resistant to erosion, a fitting choice for a people who sought permanence. To carve it, they would have needed hard stone hammers and endless patience, striking again and again until the shapes emerged. Each stele was then dragged to its chosen site, raised upright, and buried deep enough to withstand centuries of wind and rain. The labor would have required collaboration. Dozens of people, perhaps an entire village, united by shared belief or duty. In total, more than 40 stelae stand at Tiya today, though archaeological surveys suggest there were once many more. Some have broken or fallen, others lie buried just below the surface. The tallest stands over 2.5 meters high. Their arrangement seems purposeful, forming clusters and lines oriented roughly north to south. Yet no one has decoded the pattern. Some archaeologists believe the stones may align with ancient pathways, marking routes once used for migration or trade. Others see in their placement a ritual geometry, a connection between the living, the dead, and the sky. A closer look reveals details that are easily missed at first glance. One stone shows not only swords but circular depressions carved along its surface, like stars or eyes. Another bears a series of vertical lines ending in arcs, perhaps representing shields or spears. Some stelae are completely plain, their meaning carried not through imagery but through presence alone. The variation suggests hierarchy, different symbols for different roles, perhaps for gender, age, or social rank. Yet without written records, every interpretation remains tentative. Local oral traditions offer fragments, though none can be traced with certainty to the builders themselves. One story claims that the stones mark the graves of warriors who died defending the land from invaders. Another tells of a lost kingdom whose people were turned to stone as punishment for forgetting their ancestors. A third legend speaks of giants who lived before the dawn of history, leaving behind monuments too heavy for ordinary humans to move. Such tales differ from village to village, yet they all agree on one point. Tiya is a place of reverence. No one disturbs the stones. The Ethiopian highlands are full of sacred landscapes, where ancient and modern beliefs often overlap. Churches are carved into cliffs, mosques stand near pagan shrines, and megalithic sites like Tiya coexist with both. Pilgrims pass through, leaving offerings of flowers or coins. Children play among the stones, unaware that they are walking across the graves of people who lived perhaps 1,000 years before their grandparents were born. The past feels close here, close enough to touch, yet unreachable. In the late 20th century, when UNESCO declared Tiya a World Heritage Site, the official description called it the most important of a large number of megalithic sites discovered in southern Ethiopia. That phrasing hints at a larger mystery. Tiya is not unique in its form, it is unique in its preservation. Other, lesser-known stone fields stretch across the region, often hidden in forests or farmland. Together, they may represent a once widespread tradition of marking the dead with upright stones, connected by trade, belief, or lineage. If so, Tiya is only the visible part of a much larger cultural pattern whose roots lie deep in prehistory. The symbolism of the swords fascinates researchers. On some stones, the blades are rendered with crossguards and pommels, on others, as simple lines. The carving style suggests they were not meant to depict literal weapons, but to convey an idea, valor, transition, or perhaps the passage between worlds. The sword as a symbol of life and death appears in many cultures, yet here it takes on a distinctly local form. Some scholars propose that it represents an early form of Christian influence, blending indigenous beliefs with new iconography during the spread of the faith in Ethiopia. Others argue the opposite, that it reflects an entirely independent tradition that predated conversion. Whatever the truth, the stones at Tiya speak through abstraction rather than realism. Their beauty lies in restraint, the elegance of a line, the suggestion of a story. The simplicity of the carvings gives them a timeless quality. A sword cut into basalt 10 centuries ago looks as fresh as one carved yesterday, its edges crisp and clean. The landscape around Tiya adds to its atmosphere. From the top of a nearby ridge, the stelae appear like sentinels in formation. The air carries the scent of soil and wild herbs. Birds move between them, landing briefly before darting away. On clear days, the light turns the stones almost silver. On overcast mornings, they seem to absorb the sky's grayness, blending into the horizon. It is a place that resists definition, existing somewhere between monument and memory. Archaeologists studying the graves have identified both male and female skeletons, young and old alike. This suggests the site was not reserved for warriors alone, but for an entire community. The presence of both genders complicates the idea that the swords signify warfare. Perhaps they symbolized protection for all, or perhaps the weapon itself had spiritual meaning unrelated to combat. In many African traditions, the sword or spear represents not aggression, but passage, a tool for cutting the boundary between life and the realm of ancestors. Artifacts recovered from the burials include iron tools, pottery fragments, and beads made of glass and shell. These items indicate trade connections that extended far beyond the immediate region, linking Tiya's builders to broader networks of exchange that reach the Red Sea and possibly beyond. Such evidence hints at a culture both local and cosmopolitan, a people grounded in their land, yet connected to distant worlds through commerce and migration. One of the enduring questions about Tiya concerns its chronology. Radiocarbon dating of organic material from the graves provides a wide range of results, from around 1016 AD to 1485 AD. This uncertainty spans nearly 5 centuries, suggesting that the site may have been used repeatedly, perhaps by different groups who inherited it from one another. Over time, the meaning of the symbols may have shifted, just as languages evolve. The sword carved in one era might not mean the same in the next. Tiya, in that sense, could represent a dialogue across generations, a continuous negotiation between the living and the dead. When night falls, the temperature drops quickly. The stones cast long, sharp silhouettes under the moonlight. The carvings become harder to see, their lines turning faint and ghost-like. Yet this is when the site feels most alive. The wind moves gently through the grass, carrying the faint rustle of unseen life. Travelers who camp nearby describe a sense of quiet presence, as though the stones themselves were aware of being watched. Some say the air feels heavier near certain stelae, or that the ground seems to hum faintly beneath their feet. Science offers no explanation for such sensations, yet nearly everyone who visits remembers them. In recent decades, efforts have been made to preserve Tiya against erosion and encroachment. Wooden barriers protect the stones from livestock, and a small visitor center provides context for travelers. Yet despite official recognition, the site retains its mystery. No amount of research can pin down its essence. Each new excavation reveals more data but fewer certainties. It is as if the stones were designed not to inform, but to provoke wonder, to invite questions rather than answers. The parallels between Tiya and other megalithic traditions across the world are difficult to ignore. The use of upright stones as grave markers appears in Europe, Asia, and the Americas, often with similar motifs, tools, weapons, or symbols of passage. Yet the Tiya stelae have a distinct elegance, their slender proportions and incised imagery more delicate than the massive blocks of Stonehenge or Karnak. They seem almost human in scale and gesture, standing shoulder to shoulder like a gathering of ancestors awaiting remembrance. To stand among them is to feel both company and absence. The field is not vast, but it commands attention. Each stone feels deliberate, each carving personal. The repetition of the sword motif across multiple stelae suggests a shared identity, a collective story told through variation. Perhaps each represents a clan or lineage, united under a single belief system that no longer exists. The stones may have served as intermediaries, anchors between earth and spirit, giving the dead a place to rest and the living a place to remember. For Ethiopians today, Tiya occupies a curious place in national consciousness. It is a symbol of ancient heritage, older than most written records, yet its creators are nameless. School children learn about it in lessons on history, but even their teachers cannot fully explain it. The mystery itself becomes part of its significance, a reminder that not all knowledge survives translation, that some truths persist only in form. If one visits Tiya at dawn, before the sun climbs high enough to burn the mist away, the scene feels otherworldly. The stones emerge gradually from fog, their carvings catching light one by one. Dew clings to the grooves, making each symbol shimmer faintly. The air is cool and still, and for a few moments the centuries fall away. It is easy to believe the builders could step out from the grass at any moment, tools in hand, continuing work they began long before our calendars started counting. No one knows what led to the end of the culture that made Tiya. Perhaps migration drew them elsewhere, or war erased their memory. Maybe they merged into other societies, their traditions absorbed and transformed. Whatever happened, they left behind a message written in stone, a message we can see but not read. Yet in that unreadable script lies the essence of human curiosity. The desire to reach back across time and understand those who came before. The carvings of swords, circles, and crosses remain clear even after centuries of wind and rain. Each one seems to speak of courage, of identity, of belief. But belief in what? The answer may not matter. The stones achieved what their builders intended. They have lasted. They continue to draw eyes, to inspire reverence, to remind the living that death, too, has architecture. At sunset, the field glows gold. The stones cast narrow bands of shadow across the ground. Farmers pass by on their way home, barely glancing at them, yet aware of their presence all the same. The air cools, the colors fade, the day folds into night. The monoliths stand exactly as they have for centuries, facing west, watching the horizon darken. Tiya remains an unanswered question etched into the Ethiopian earth. Its stones have no voices, yet they speak through form and endurance. They invite reflection more than discovery. Perhaps that is their true function, not to record facts, but to preserve mystery itself. For as long as they stand, humanity will keep returning to ask who carved them, who they honored, and what they hoped would follow. In the end, Tiya offers no conclusions, only continuity. The swords on its stones still gleam when the sun strikes them just right. The lines still hold their depth, the graves their silence. Whatever civilization once stood here may be gone, but its message endures through permanence, the belief that something carved by human hands can outlast the stories that once gave it meaning. Far above the fertile plains of North Macedonia, a rugged mountain rises like a dark island from the earth. Its flanks are steep and broken, its summit crowned with jagged outcrops of basalt that look less like the product of geology than the deliberate hands of engineers. This is Kokino, an ancient mountaintop site whose name is now spoken with quiet reverence among archaeologists and astronomers alike. From afar, it appears wild and accidental, but for those who climb its narrow path and stand among the cut stones, a different impression takes hold. The mountain feels shaped, aligned, purposeful. Every angle seems to frame the sky. Every crevice appears to catch the sun. It is as if some vanished civilization used the bones of the mountain itself as a calendar, measuring not hours or days, but the eternal cycles of light. The basalt that forms Kokino was born of fire, erupted from the earth in some prehistoric upheaval long before humans had names for such things. Over thousands of years, wind and water fractured the surface into towering columns and terraces. To the untrained eye, it looks like chaos. Yet among that chaos lie patterns too precise to dismiss. Narrow slits cut through the rock correspond exactly to the rising points of the sun during the solstices and equinoxes. Deep grooves track the long arc of the moon as it drifts across the horizon over its 19-year cycle. Even the so-called thrones, seat-like hollows carved into the stone, appear to have been placed to face specific astronomical events. To reach Kokino, one must follow a winding trail that climbs from the small modern village of the same name. The ascent is slow, the air thinner with each step. Grass gives way to stone, and soon the landscape turns almost lunar. The summit, perched more than 1,000 meters above sea level, commands a view of the whole northern plain. Villages, rivers, and distant hills stretching towards Serbia. The view alone would justify the climb. But it is not the view that brought ancient people here, it was the sky. Archaeological excavations suggest the site was first used around 1400 BC during the late Bronze Age. No written records survive from that time in this part of the Balkans. There were no empires here then, no palaces, no known rulers, no scripts etched on clay tablets. Whoever built Kokino left no language behind, only this network of stones cut into the living rock. It is both monument and instrument, a relic of observation before mathematics, an architecture of curiosity. The first modern study of Kokino began in 2001, when Jovica Stankovsky, an archaeologist from the Museum of Kumanovo, investigated reports of strange rock formations near the summit. He expected geological oddities, not a monument. Yet as he examined the site, he noticed deliberate markings, steps carved into vertical faces, flat surfaces cut clean across natural fractures, narrow channels leading toward the eastern horizon. Using compasses and later astronomical software, he realized the features matched the positions of sunrise on the summer and winter solstices and the equinox points between them. Further analysis showed additional markers corresponding to the extreme positions of the moon, rare alignments that repeat only every 19 years. The implication was staggering. Kokino was not random. It was a prehistoric observatory, older than the Parthenon, older than most European kingdoms, possibly rivaling in age the great astronomical sites of Egypt and Britain. Yet unlike those, Kokino was not assembled stone by stone, it was sculpted directly from the mountain itself, a union of human design and natural form. The builders had not imposed geometry upon nature, they had discovered it within nature. Standing among the stones, one can trace their logic. On the lower terrace, wide horizontal grooves correspond to the sun's path at different times of year. Higher up, 3 narrow slits align with the solstice and equinox sunrises. As the Earth tilts through its orbit, the sunrise shifts slowly along the horizon, and on key days, the first rays pass directly through those slits, striking certain carved markers further back on the platform. At the exact moment of alignment, the light illuminates the observer's seat, what researchers call the ceremonial throne. The spectacle lasts only minutes, but for the ancient sky watchers, it would have confirmed that their world remained in harmony. Archaeologists have found fragments of pottery and hearth remains scattered among the rocks, suggesting that people gathered here seasonally, perhaps during planting and harvest times. The pottery style matches that of Bronze Age settlements in nearby valleys, though no village lies directly adjacent to Kokino. It may have served as a communal sanctuary for multiple tribes, neutral ground where rivals shared rituals tied to the celestial calendar. In that interpretation, the mountain was a place of cooperation as much as science, a reminder that understanding the heavens often required unity on Earth. The climate of the region is harsh, long, cold winters and hot, dry summers. Yet the builders chose this exposed summit deliberately. From here, the horizon forms a clean semicircle, unobstructed by hills, an ideal stage for solar observation. They may have noted that the sun appeared to rise at slightly different points along the horizon as the year advanced. its extremes defining the seasons. Over generations, those observations would become tradition, then knowledge, then religion. The grooves and notches were simply the final step, a way to make that knowledge permanent. Modern measurements show astonishing precision. The difference between Kokino's solstice markers and the true astronomical values is less than half a degree, an error margin smaller than the apparent width of the sun itself. That accuracy required decades of watching, of returning each year to mark the rising light, adjusting estimates until the pattern was certain. This persistence suggests a culture that valued continuity across lifetimes. A single generation could begin the work, but their children or grandchildren would finish it. The stones therefore embody both memory and faith, faith that the universe would continue to move as it always had. At night, the experience transforms. The basalt terraces become cold and metallic, and the sky above explodes with stars. From this height, far from modern cities, the Milky Way arcs bright and solid across the horizon. To ancient eyes, the constellations would have seemed near enough to touch. They may have used them not only for ritual but for navigation, reading the heavens as a map that guided hunters and herders through the changing year. The lunar markers, in particular, show concern with the subtleties of time, the recognition that months do not fit neatly into solar cycles, that calendars drift and must be corrected. The builders of Kokino likely knew this long before writing existed to record it. Artifacts discovered during excavation include stone tools, fragments of clay vessels, and small figurines. None bear inscriptions, yet their presence confirms repeated human activity over centuries. Charcoal samples taken from hearths indicate fires burned here across long spans of time, possibly for ceremonial purposes. The pattern recalls other prehistoric sanctuaries across Eurasia, where fire symbolized connection between earth and sky, a mirror of the sun's eternal flame. Some of the site's features have acquired local names: the upper platform, the throne of the sun, the stone of the moon. The most famous of these thrones faces directly east, its seat smoothed to a perfect curve. On midsummer morning, the sun appears precisely in the notch ahead, rising like a golden coin over the distant horizon. Those who witness it speak of a sudden stillness, the world pausing as light fills the carved hollow. The moment feels ceremonial even now. It is easy to imagine ancient figures standing nearby, draped in furs or woven linen, watching the same event in reverent silence as dawn returned to confirm the balance of the world. The surrounding landscape adds to the impression of ritual. Springs flow at the mountain's base, and nearby valleys once supported early farming communities. To them, celestial cycles dictated survival: when to sow, when to harvest, when to prepare for the dry season. A miscalculation could mean famine. Thus, the observatory at Kokino may have served as a tool of survival disguised as ceremony, a fusion of science and spirituality where accuracy was devotion. Debate continues about who these people were. Some archaeologists link them to the Mycenaean sphere, others to the Illyrian or Thracian cultural groups. None fit perfectly. The absence of metal weaponry or luxury goods suggests a modest community focused more on observation and tradition than conquest. Perhaps Kokino was their greatest creation precisely because it required no empire, only patience, stone, and sky. Critics once argued that the alignments might be coincidence, that the grooves were natural fractures misinterpreted through modern eyes. Yet detailed surveys refuted this. The patterns are too regular, too precise, too systematically arranged around true cardinal points. Geological processes produce randomness, not geometry. Moreover, the human-made steps, seats, and flattened surfaces clearly demonstrate intent. Even if some features began as natural, they were refined by design into a functioning calendar. UNESCO's recognition in the early 2000s brought new attention to Kokino, though not yet formal World Heritage status. For North Macedonia, the site became a symbol of deep time, a reminder that civilization did not begin only in cities or empires. It could arise anywhere. Curiosity met perseverance. Schools teach children about it now. Local guides lead visitors to watch the solstice sunrise from the ancient throne. Yet the mountain retains its aura of mystery. No fences divide it from the world. Sheep graze among the stones, and wildflowers grow in the crevices where ancient hands once worked. Scientists continue to measure its alignments with laser scanning and drones, revealing subtle asymmetries previously missed. New theories emerge. Some suggest the stones may encode not just solar and lunar events but stellar ones, possibly marking the heliacal rising of certain bright stars like Sirius or Aldebaran. If true, Kokino's calendar might have functioned as a three-dimensional chart of both time and space, recording a cosmic order no longer remembered. To stand upon the upper platform at dusk is to feel the past watching back. The air cools quickly after sunset, and the first stars appear above the dark outline of Mount Osagovo in the distance. The basalt radiates the day's stored heat for a while before surrendering to the night. The grooves cut into the stone catch stray light from the horizon, glowing faintly as if the rock itself remembers. Then darkness settles fully, and only the constellations remain. The same constellations that the Bronze Age watchers once followed, still faithful, still moving in the same rhythm that guided their chisels. Kokino teaches humility. It reminds us that ancient knowledge was not always lost through ignorance, but through its own completeness. The people who built this observatory may never have needed writing because they wrote upon the land. Their calendar required no scrolls, no numbers, only continuity. Each sunrise renewed the record. Each generation inherited the alignment without translation. In that sense, Kokino was not abandoned. It simply outlasted its language. Some visitors claim to feel a peculiar stillness at the summit, as if time behaves differently there. The alignment of the stones, the height, and the openness of the sky create an awareness of cycles rather than moments. It becomes easy to forget where one stands in history. The same sun that burns over cities today once touched those ancient grooves exactly as it does now. Light connects every era that has ever observed it. In the early morning, fog often gathers in the valley below while the mountain remains clear. The world seems divided, clouds as sea, Kokino as island. As the sun rises, the fog dissolves, and the first rays find their mark on the eastern stones. The beam travels slowly, crossing from one groove to the next, retracing paths known to the ancients. Each mark, each line of light confirms what they discovered millennia ago, that the universe moves with elegance and that patience reveals its structure. Modern equipment can replicate their observations in seconds. Satellites track solstices precisely to the fraction of a degree, yet the experience of watching the sun appear through those same carved notches, feeling the light warm the basalt, carries a truth technology cannot replace. It is continuity made visible, the persistence of human attention. What remains unsolved is motive. Did the builders seek practical knowledge or communion? Was Kokino an observatory in the scientific sense, or a temple where celestial order became sacred law? Perhaps it was both. The line between measurement and worship blurs easily when survival depends on understanding the seasons. In that merging of necessity and reverence lies the genius of Kokino. It transforms observation into ritual, transforming ritual into enduring architecture. Today, wind hums softly through the upper terrace, making faint tones where it passes the narrow gaps. It is easy to imagine that this sound once accompanied their gatherings, a natural hymn played by the mountain itself. Whether by design or accident, Kokino speaks in elemental voices: light, shadow, wind, and stone. Its age ensures it will outlast us. Even as lichen covers the carvings and erosion softens their edges, the alignment remains. The sun will continue to find the same horizon points long after our calendars have changed again. The sky keeps faith with what was carved into it. At the close of day, when the last light slips from the western ridge, the stones fade into silhouette. The plain below darkens, and the stars reclaim their dominion. The grooves vanish, the seats blend with shadow, but their purpose endures. Somewhere within that mountain still lies the thought that began it all. The realization that the sky is not chaos, that it repeats, that it can be known. The people who carved Kokino may never have known their work would survive 3,000 years, yet they built as if eternity were watching. Each mark was an act of faith that knowledge, once carved, would never vanish. And perhaps they were right. The mountain still keeps their calendar, the sun still honors their geometry. The sky they studied still unfolds exactly as it did for them. The Observatory of Kokino remains both monument and mystery, a dialogue between humankind and the cosmos carved into basalt, waiting for each new dawn to complete its sentence. Rain gathers in the carved hollows of a stone so immense it seems to float above the earth. The surface gleams with water, grey and green under the shifting sky. Moss clings to its edges, and trickles of runoff trace its sides like tiny silver threads. From a distance, the monolith appears suspended, a block of rock detached from the world around it, hanging weightlessly above its own reflection in the pool below. This illusion is what first unsettles visitors, the sense that something weighing hundreds of tons could be both grounded and free. This is the Ishi-no-Hōden, Japan's most enigmatic megalith, a giant hewn directly from volcanic tuff in the small town of Takasago in Hyogo Prefecture. Its form is monumental yet minimal, a rectangular mass roughly 7 meters tall, 6 meters wide, and almost 8 meters long. By weight, it exceeds 500 tons, but it was never moved. The mountain itself was reshaped to release it from its surroundings, leaving the base attached only by a narrow ridge of untouched stone. It rises above a natural spring, reflected in the shallow pool that encircles its base like a moat. The water gives it the appearance of levitation, as if the builders sought not to lift the stone toward heaven, but to make it defy gravity from within the earth. The surface of the monolith is astonishingly flat, its edges sharply defined. Unlike most megalithic structures, it is not part of a complex, nor a foundation for a temple. It stands alone, half-finished, without inscriptions, chambers, or accompanying stones. Its geometry is mathematical, precise planes intersecting at right angles, cut into the native rock as though sculpted by machines. For centuries, it has been a subject of fascination and bewilderment. No record mentions its construction, no legend clearly explains it. The Ishi-no-Hōden simply exists, as though it were an idea turned to stone and abandoned mid-thought. The earliest written reference appears in Japanese chronicles from the Heian period, describing the site as sacred to the deity Omononushi, a spirit of creation and mountains. Pilgrims came to worship there, believing the floating rock to be a divine residence. Even today, a Shinto shrine, Hōden Shrine, stands nearby, its wooden torii gate framing a direct view of the stone. Offerings of rice and sake are still placed before it, continuing a line of reverence that may stretch back more than 1,000 years. But while faith preserved the stone's sanctity, it also shrouded it in mystery. For centuries, no one questioned its origin. It was simply Kami no Ishi, the god's stone. Only in modern times did researchers attempt to explain how such a monument could have been created. Geological analysis shows that the rock is a soft volcanic tuff, easy to carve when fresh but hardening over time. The surrounding hillside reveals tool marks, chisel grooves, and areas of extraction, evidence that the builders carved downward into the mountain rather than assembling or transporting blocks. Yet even understanding the method does not solve the larger mystery. Who possessed the knowledge, strength, and purpose to carve such a massive shape directly from living stone, and then stop? Archaeologists studying the region note that Takasago lies near the ancient Yamato cultural heartland, where early Japanese civilization first took form. Burial mounds known as kofun dot the region, some with colossal stone chambers. Yet none display the same style or technique as the Ishi-no-Hōden. Those tombs were built from stacked slabs. This monument was extracted as a single continuous mass. The precision of its sides suggests measurement, planning, and intent, but its incompleteness leaves the story unresolved. One theory proposes that the Ishi-no-Hōden was intended as the base of a massive tomb that was never finished. Another claims it was part of a water-related ritual complex, with the spring below representing purity and renewal. A third imagines it as a training ground, an exercise in mastery of stone itself. Yet all these interpretations falter against the absence of context. No tools, inscriptions, or datable artifacts have been found on site. The monument exists in perfect isolation from time. To stand before it is to confront scale in its purest form. The pool below mirrors the stones so clearly that one's first impression is of two identical blocks, one real, one inverted in water. The boundary between them blurs until the mind struggles to define which is solid. Visitors often describe an almost magnetic stillness. Even the faint trickle of the spring feels subdued, as if the air itself respects the monument's gravity. On cloudy days, the illusion intensifies. The stone seems to dissolve at its edges, hovering between presence and absence. During rainfall, sheets of water cascade over its sides, tracing the same paths they have followed for centuries. The rock darkens to near black, reflecting light like polished obsidian. At night, lit by the soft glow of nearby lamps, it looks almost artificial, a geometric shape adrift in liquid shadow. No photograph captures it accurately. It is not merely seen, but experienced, its mass communicated through atmosphere rather than measurement. Japanese folklore abounds with tales of stones that move or breathe, and the Ishi-no-Hōden fits comfortably within that tradition. Locals once said the stone rises slightly from its base each year, floating higher with the purity of the water beneath it. Others believed it was hollow, containing a chamber where the gods rested between visits to the human world. Some even called it a remnant of the Age of Giants, shaped before humans arrived on the islands. These legends, while poetic, reveal something deeper, a collective acknowledgement that the monument defies explanation within normal terms of craftsmanship or utility. In modern surveys, laser scanning has revealed no interior chambers or mechanical joints. The monolith remains solid throughout, yet its near-perfect planes, particularly on the western and southern faces, suggest an understanding of geometry far advanced for its supposed era. The absence of tool marks on these surfaces adds to the enigma. Did the builders polish the rock to erase their traces, or was it carved using methods now lost to history? Japanese archaeologists typically date the structure to between the late Yayoi and early Kofun periods, roughly between 300 BC and 300 AD, but without evidence, this remains conjecture. Some modern researchers have compared it to other megalithic enigmas across the world, the rock ship of Masuda in Nara or the massive stones of Baalbek in Lebanon, noting shared traits of precision, unfinished form, and ambiguous purpose. The parallels suggest a universal impulse among ancient builders to challenge the boundary between earth and heaven by shaping immovable matter into near perfection. Yet unlike Baalbek, the Ishi-no-Hōden shows no trace of architecture above or around it. It is not part of something larger, it is the statement itself. The stone's weight, estimated at over 500 tons, makes even theoretical movement impossible without modern cranes. This fact reinforces the idea that it was meant to remain fixed, carved in situ as an altar or offering to the earth. The pool that surrounds it may have been intentional, formed when the builders cut too deep into a natural spring. Over time, the water filled the excavation pit, completing the illusion of suspension. Whether by design or accident, the result is hauntingly beautiful. A monument that appears both rooted and weightless, both natural and man-made. Visitors who approach the site often speak softly without realizing it. The setting encourages quiet. The nearby shrine bell rings faintly through the trees. The smell of cedar and rain lingers in the air. The sound of dripping water merges with birdsong. Standing before the stone, one senses the slow rhythm of centuries. The same rain falling on the same surface, the same ripples in the same pool. It is a continuity that transcends interpretation. Archaeologists who attempt to reconstruct the sequence of carving face an additional mystery. The monument's top remains unfinished, with small raised sections suggesting that work stopped suddenly. Why? Perhaps the builders encountered structural instability, realizing that further excavation might collapse the rock. Or perhaps the project lost its patron, a leader, a priest, a community whose vision ended before completion. In Japanese cultural terms, the idea of the Ma, the pause or space within creation, carries profound meaning. An unfinished form can represent perfection deferred, an acknowledgement that true completion belongs to the divine. The Ishi-no-Hōden may therefore embody intentional incompleteness, an eternal work in progress that reflects humility before the cosmos. Local tradition holds that the spring below never dries, even in the hottest summers. Its waters are considered sacred, and visitors often dip their hands as a gesture of purification. Scientists have tested the source and found it remarkably stable in both flow and mineral composition, fed by underground aquifers that have likely persisted since antiquity. The constancy of the water mirrors the unchanging stone above, two elements locked in equilibrium. The site's name itself carries layered meaning. Ishi means stone, while Hōden can be translated as treasure hall or sanctuary. The title implies reverence, not utility. It suggests the monument was seen not as construction, but as consecration, a transformation of natural material into sacred presence. In that sense, the Ishi-no-Hōden aligns with the Shinto worldview that divinity resides not only in temples, but in the raw forms of nature: trees, waterfalls, mountains, and stones. This philosophy values purification through recognition, not possession. To carve the stone may have been an act of revelation, uncovering the deity already dwelling within. From above, drone photography shows the monument's clean rectangular footprint surrounded by rippling water. Its symmetry contrasts sharply with the irregular terrain around it, like geometry imposed upon chaos. The effect is subtle, yet profound. Even after thousands of years, erosion has barely softened its edges. The material, once soft, has hardened into resilience. Nature and human intention have fused into a single enduring form. Researchers continue to test its surfaces using microscopic analysis, searching for patterns that might indicate specific tools or techniques. Some propose that wooden wedges soaked in water were used to fracture and shape the rock. Others suspect early metal chisels. Yet the smoothness of certain sections defies those simple explanations. The cuts are too uniform, too precise, almost as if the rock had been sliced rather than chipped. Until conclusive evidence appears, the craftsmanship of the Ishi-no-Hōden remains an unanswered question, a puzzle carved from patience and secrecy. At dusk, as the sun sinks behind the surrounding hills, the stone takes on a faint warmth. The reflection in the pool deepens to bronze, and the surface gleams like molten metal cooling. The light catches faint grooves along one edge, highlighting the human hand that once shaped it. For a moment, the monument seems alive again, a project mid-creation, awaiting the return of its builders. Then darkness falls, and the illusion fades. The water resumes its mirror calm, the mountain returns to quiet, and the stone becomes once more what it has always been: incomprehensible endurance rendered into form. Visitors who linger into evening sometimes describe an odd sensation, as though the stone exerts a subtle pull, not physical but perceptual, drawing awareness toward it. This feeling may stem from the interplay of size, silence, and geometry. The human mind searches for pattern and purpose, yet the Ishi-no-Hōden offers neither fully. It resists categorization, existing in that rare space between nature and artifice. Perhaps that tension explains its lasting power. In recent years, the site has become a modest pilgrimage destination, not only for the faithful but for those fascinated by ancient engineering. Some arrive expecting answers, others seeking tranquility. Few leave unchanged. Standing before the monolith, modern visitors find themselves asking the same questions that may have haunted the first builders. How do we define perfection? What is the meaning of permanence? At what point does effort become devotion? The monument's lack of function may, in itself, be its message. In creating something that neither shelters nor stores, the builders made a declaration about value. They showed that effort need not serve utility to achieve purpose, that labor dedicated to awe is its own form of meaning. Whether the Ishi-no-Hōden was altar, experiment, or offering, it transcends those labels through its very persistence. It has survived not because it was useful, but because it was revered. By modern measurement, the stone weighs more than 2 fully loaded passenger jets. Yet the sense it imparts is one of lightness, not physical but spiritual. Its reflection erases its base, turning solid matter into illusion. It is both immovable and transient, its meaning shifting like the water that surrounds it. In this duality lies its mystery, a monument to the idea that permanence and impermanence can coexist. If the builders sought to communicate across centuries, they succeeded. The Ishi-no-Hōden remains a sentence half-written, a thought preserved in stone awaiting completion by each new viewer. Every generation projects new theories upon it, each reflecting more about themselves than the stone. Yet the monument accepts all interpretations without resistance, just as it accepts rain and sunlight, moss and lichen. It changes nothing, answers nothing, and remains whole. As the night deepens, the reflection of the moon shimmers across the pool, touching the base of the floating stone. The ripples distort its image but never break it. Above, the real monolith looms, patient as the mountain that birthed it. No inscription marks its surface, no name records its maker. The silence surrounding it is not emptiness but fullness, the echo of intention too vast to be spoken. The Ishi-no-Hōden endures as both question and testament, proof that humans once sought to speak with the universe through weight and form, through stillness rather than sound. Its builders vanished, their language forgotten, yet their creation remains, a stone that seems to float, defying time by existing precisely where it was meant to be. The world still hides questions carved in stone, reminders that even in an age of satellites and science, some mysteries remain untouched by time. Each of these monoliths tells a fragment of a forgotten story, shaped by hands we no longer know, guided by purposes we can only guess. Whether they were calendars, offerings, or messages meant for something beyond ourselves, their presence continues to challenge what we think we understand about the ancient world. What do you believe these monuments were built for? A devotion to gods, a map to the heavens, or something far older and far stranger? Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear what you think. If you enjoyed this journey through Earth's oldest enigmas, make sure to subscribe to the channel. It helps more than you know, and it ensures you won't miss the next descent into history's most unexplained places. Until next time.